Have someone in the request. I'm not going to go ahead and do the full PSA, and we will just get right into it. Usually I have a little time to warm up, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's get this started. Ronald, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, but just am I allowed to finish? I'm almost done masturbating right now. Is it fine if can I finish?
You can do that from the comments, weirdo. Welcome into the show, Defend the Indefensible, where Trump supporters do what they do best, which is weird shit like that. Despite the seemingly unwavering support from Republicans when it comes to Donald Trump and his shenanigans, there are more and more of the base that's growing uncomfortable with the actions of this administration and straight up regretting their vote. So I created this live. I created this platform to give these people a space to come up here and tell me all the reasons why they regret their vote and are deciding to leaving the mega plantation in droves. And make no mistake, it is very much a plantation. With that being said, we're not going to start off weird on that other shit. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. That was weird. That was weird. Double tap the screen, guys, till the heart bar gets full. I want to see the likes up to 5K and beyond as soon as possible. Show the algorithm want to be here. Please knock out the 1-cent gift goes. Get us boosted out into FYP. If you have not sent your daily heartbeats, please make sure you do so. Those of you on the YouTube side, welcome in. Please hit the like button on the stream. Please hit the like button on the stream, and we will get this started. Share out the live as well with your friends and family. Repost and add to your stories. Please make sure we are doing all the good things. Yeah, oh yeah. Natalie, it's a MAGA plantation. It's a MAGA plantation. It seems like you guys can't leave. It seems like you guys can't leave. Look at what happens to any Republican or Trump supporter. I'm specifically going to talk about Republicans to say in Congress when they start to show any dissent. They seem to get, lashes. I mean, quite literally. Like, first we can talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. We can talk about Thomas Massie. We can talk about what's her name? Why am I blanking on her name? Nancy Mace. These are individuals who show more favor to certain policies in regards to Epstein file transparency, in regard to healthcare, so on and so forth. And these are the people that got up out the door. These are the people who lost their primaries. It's really, really crazy. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. Here we go with the races already. That took no time. Of course, you're on your blank profile pictures. It is what it is. NT cases. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen 737-295-5321. Specifically, Trump supporters who regret their vote. This is the safe space for you to come up here and tell me why. And if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you can request up in the box as well. I can give you several reasons as to why you should. And by several, I mean several hundred. Brooks, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
21?
We totally believe you. Please, no children. Shouldn't y'all be in... No. I guess y'all will be out of school at this point. Goodness gracious. Hey, Coach, you do a lot of like this? There's a lot of yap. A lot of yap. Why are you yapping so much? You. Why are you yapping so much? Can we talk about the fact that the Trump administration has been quiet about the white nationalist, white supremacist groups that's, walked around D.C. yesterday? Awfully quiet about that. He's quick to talk about Antifa, very quiet about those other groups that have been recognized by the FBI. Any cases, I don't know why your camera's on. That's not what we do here, Bald Eagle Stepdaddy. Did you vote for Trump?
God bless you.
Thank you, Nishan. I appreciate you.
I did not.
And thank you, Miss Donna. You did not?
Nope.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't think we should start this early with comprehension problems, guys. Can we at least give it some time? Thank you, Nishan. Before we show our inability to understand basic prompts such as Trump supporters only request up in the box. Trump supporters regret your vote. You gotta be a Trump supporter. W Patriot Fund? Okay, cool. Go ahead and give me your address, please, so I can report that to the proper authorities. Would appreciate that. Would appreciate that. Here's a clue. Ceasefires don't include $300 billion in reparations. I do want to add some context to that statement because we have to be transparent here. It's not that the United States is going to give Iran, which granted, the MOU is dead in the water. Can we be honest about that? The MOU is not... Meh. It's not that the United States is going to give Iran $300 billion. It's that we are going to facilitate the payment of $300 billion in restoration to, the number one sponsor of terrorism. That's the difference. We're just not giving them the money directly. We're going to encourage our allies and other nations to fund terrorism, but we're not going to do it directly. Sounds awfully familiar, actually. Sounds awfully familiar, actually. Sounds awfully familiar, especially if we want to have a conversation about, the proxy wars, the proxy funding, so on and so forth. And here we are now doing it for our biggest threat, according to Donald Trump, according to Pete Hegseth, according to Tulsi Gabbard before she got up out the paint, so on and so forth. One of the biggest threats to the United States in the Trump administration was Iran. And now we're facilitating that payment, or at least we were. Friendly reminder, with Israel strikes in Lebanon, with the blockade getting screwed up, which we do have a recent report that some ships were able to get through. I don't know whose side they were on. With all these things and more, it seems like we are no closer to peace. This was supposed to be ended in a month, ended in 2, ended in 3. Now we're going on to 4 and moving up to 5. So it doesn't seem like we're really getting any good results there. The JCPOA was a signed deal. It was an agreement where the IAEA was able to go through their bases and show that they did not have over 3.67% enriched uranium. Now here we are, making excuses for the president who decided to start a war with them versus going the diplomatic route and can't seem to end it. He wants an additional $80 billion to fund it. This is my question to the Trump supporters who believe that this conflict is done and over with, who believe that this deal is coming soon. Why would we need $80 billion more to tackle it? If we spent roughly $30 billion, and I believe those estimates are maybe a little outdated, $30 billion so far in the region, why is it that we're asking for an additional $80 billion? What do you think the Department of War is going to do with $80 billion more dollars? Because I don't think that's any indicator of wanting peace. Just a thought. The math isn't mathing. If $30 billion was used to do this damage, I mean, I think that's a good example of the Trump administration, actually. I hear me out. Was that not an accurate reflection of not only the average Trump supporter, but the Trump administration's policy so far? I'm not even mad at that. I appreciate that. I'm not even mad at it. I actually appreciate that. I appreciate the honesty, the transparency there. That was great. An approximate reflection. Goodness gracious. Guys, continue to double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 10K and beyond. Please make sure you're sharing out the live with your friends and family as well. Give it a good repost and add to your story. Knock out your daily heart meets if you have not already. And the little 1-cent gift goes to get us boosted out on the FYP. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notification bells. And of course, oh my goodness, not this again. I think Trump is the lesser evil. Kamala is a demon. Okay. Zero. Can you tell me what was demonic about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris, when she was sworn into several different offices, including the vice president as vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris was able to put her hand on the good book, your good book, the good Lord's book, when she took her oath, when she swore her oath. The Trump administration, the second time around, 2025 onward, could not do that. So I find it super interesting if we're to talk about angels and demons, because you guys can't seem to separate church from state. I find it so interesting when we use this language that you guys ignore the individual who couldn't even swear upon your Bible. It's almost as if he knew something. Do Trumpers know the difference between socialism and communism without defining capitalism? No. Doge shut down without paying us our checks? Yeah, where are those Doge checks? What was it supposed to be? $5,000, $8,000 checks? Do you guys know what happened to that? I mean, what was this? Some military service members got their 1776 checks because he just took money out of bonuses and other things they would have gotten and just gave them a direct payment. So nothing new, no additional funds. But where are the Doge checks? Instead of Doge checks, you know what we do have? We have Social Security data compromised for the average American. You guys remember the report that came out of the guy with the little hard drive? The guy who had the little hard drive and tried to sell it to one of those nations that he tried to sell it to? Remember that report? how the DOJ is actively pursuing him right now and charges against him because dude went in and got information that these untrained individuals who were not authorized by Congress to do so, and then sold it to the highest bidder. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Didn't he literally slap his name on a Bible and sell it? Yeah, the Trump Bible. And he sold special editions as well. We went over that during one live. Literally up to $1,000. Up to $1,000 he was trying to sell these Trump Bibles. Shit was crazy. Yeah, I know where it came out of. I know where the 1776 fund came out of. Literally just reallocation. That's all it was. Luca, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
When were you born?
I was born in 2008, February 12th.
Cool. So you were not able to vote for Donald Trump.
No, but I would, is what I'm trying to say.
Why is that?
Oh no, I really like how he's getting rid of the illegal immigrants, and I know about the war. People have mixed opinions about it, and that's what I'm really here to talk about. I want to get your opinions on the war going on in Iran right now.
You want to get my opinions on the war in Iran?
Yeah, like, do you think it was a necessity to start it, and like, how do you think it's gonna end?
Let's play a game. What would make you say it was a necessity to strike Iran on February 28th?
They were getting a bunch of minerals like uranium to build up atomic weapons that could hit the west coast of the United States. So if we didn't do it now, it'd probably delay and it'd probably have it hand off to some other president in the future.
So we'd have a report on that, right?
I don't have like a document on hand.
I didn't ask for you. I just said the United States government, we would have a report on such said threat, right?
Probably.
Oh. So what if we didn't?
If we didn't, then that would be bad.
Why would it be bad?
Because we wouldn't have documentation.
Proof. We wouldn't have proof, which would then allow the average American to question the credibility of their immediate nuclear threat when we're $30 billion in a hole, over half of our military offensive missiles gone, inflation rising up, gas prices rising up. If we didn't have any proof whatsoever to justify the war in Iran, then it would be very hard to justify, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be pretty hard.
What if I told you that Tulsi Gabbard, before she got up out the paint, was able to assess and testify, or at least try to hide from testification in her letter, that they were not an immediate nuclear imminent threat? What if I told you that several agencies, intelligence agencies, over the course of 2025, before we struck them over the summer, had no intelligence whatsoever to confirm said claim that the Trump administration is touting around?
They're not an immediate threat, but over time they would build up.
Imminent.
Get the minerals. Huh?
Imminent.
Oh, okay. I got you. So what you're asking me is that you don't think we have proof that they were having?
It's not a matter of thoughts. I know we don't have proof. Our own intelligence agencies have not been able to substantiate said proof. The only proof that we have are the words of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. Donald Trump being a pathological liar, the president who's had the most recorded lies out of anyone in history, and then Pete Hegseth, who was unqualified to get a nomination to begin with, and even went as far as to lie himself when it comes to the fact that we, blew up a bunch of Iranian school children with our tomahawks based off the Pentagon's preliminary report. Yeah.
Obviously I don't approve of that, but also it might happen from now and then because obviously we're in war, so things might happen. But obviously I wouldn't approve of that.
Oh, I don't think it should happen based off the fact that we didn't even update our intelligence in the region to tell that there was a school there versus the alleged IRGC base. So
I mean,
that just sounds grossly incompetent.
By me?
No, by the Department of War.
Okay.
But it would be grossly incompetent to continue to support this administration and their agenda when they don't even have the proof to defend it themselves.
Have you looked into any of that? Like, do you know, like, for sure that there was zero proof whatsoever?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What are your thoughts on, like, abortion? Stuff like that.
My God. You're a woman?
No, I do not.
Has your peen ever been inside of a woman?
No.
No. How many holes does a woman have below her waist?
I'm not going to answer that.
You should
I'm
answer
fine.
that.
I'm okay.
How many?
I'm just not going to answer that. I
I
feel like
need
it's a
I
little
need I
weird.
need you to answer. It's not weird at all. It's like basic, women's anatomy. If you want to talk
All right.
about restricting a woman's right in her bodily autonomy, then I imagine you would know some bare minimums about women. So how many holes do they have below their waist?
1 plus 2.
1 plus 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Good job.
Why are you asking me this? This is a little weird.
It's not weird at all. I just like to ask men questions about if they know the autonomy of women that they are often asking to restrict.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't care about what your positions are on abortion. That's what I'm getting to. Not only because you are never going to be in a position to where you have to have one unless you're a woman. Please let me know. But two, I don't think it is your business. I believe that women should have a right to their body the same way you have a right to your body. If the government came out tomorrow and said, hey, you have to go get a vasectomy because 100% of pregnancies is caused by you, get a vasectomy until both of you can decide that you're ready to have a child, and then you just can't nut freely in anyone and leave them with the burden until that takes place. I imagine you'd have a problem with that, even though it's 60 to 80% reversible in the majority of cases, especially when you're in your 20s to 30s. So you probably would have a problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Hey, watch my live in 200 minutes. W's to you guys. W's to you guys. Let's get somebody else up in the box here. Guys, continue to do all the good things. Get us boosted on the FYP. Show the algorithm that you want to be here. Jared, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I want to talk about the abortion thing you just brought up.
Do you regret your vote?
No,
Why is that?
because he's made me more rich.
He's made you more rich. Do you know Donald Trump personally?
No, but I know that he has pumped the stock market.
Okay. What do you hold stock in?
I hold stock in a lot of things. I'm 26 years old and have 92,000 in the stock market.
Cool beans. Yes, Donald Trump has positively impacted the stock market. The 5 best days of 2025 were directly due to Trump's manipulation. So were the 5 worst days. So congratulations to you. The average American outside of, say, 401ks and other things don't have stock markets. And I think when it comes to the immediate repercussions of his administration, when we look at gas prices, grocery prices, and otherwise, we're not singing the hot tunes that you are.
How do you beat gas prices and grocery prices?
How do you beat
Question.
gas prices and grocery prices?
Yeah, because inflation.
I don't know. I'm not in a ring with gas prices and grocery prices.
Well, so look, inflation happens with every president. Yes, it could be worse with others, but it happens with every president.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Did you think that I was talking about inflation as a whole? Did you think I was talking about specifically how the Trump administration has contributed to having
No, I
higher
know what you're
inflation
talking about.
from the end of Biden's term?
But
Because
do you not remember gas-
if you knew what
do you
I
not
was
remember
talking
gas
about,
prices
you wouldn't have
under Biden?
responded with something like inflation happens in every term, as if I'm unaware of the fact that inflation is this thing that we can't stop.
Do you not remember gas prices being high under Biden?
Oh, wow, that's crazy. What was gas prices in January of 2025?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
Got
That
you.
was a year ago.
I could. Lower than
Okay.
$2.10. National average, I believe, lower than $2.30
Okay, and
a
what
gallon.
was it?
Tell me
What
what
was
is it
it?
now?
What is it at his highs of Biden's? It was like $6-7. People were putting
Yeah, I don't
stickers
know
on
what that has
gas
to do
tanks
with the
saying,
last 2
"I
years
did
of the
that.
Biden
I did
administration."
that."
Yeah, you
I'm
guys.
telling you that gas
You
prices go
guys.
up under every president.
Oh, no, sir. You seem to be mistaken. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat it to you again, not only with inflation, but also with gas prices. What I'm here to criticize specifically is how the Trump administration's policies directly affected inflation and gas prices to the degree that they are now, which is higher than when Biden left the Oval Office. Not the fact that it just happened because of uncontrollable factors. And then if we're to have a conversation about the Trump administration's policies that in part contributed to those record high gas prices in 2022, you probably wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about.
Oh, you do know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Erica, you want to ask him the question?
Oh my God, I'm such a bad co-host for this moment because I wasn't paying attention to y'all.
Oh,
But you
good.
ask him.
Do you know what the OPEC deal is?
Ooh.
Did you say no?
Yeah.
I thought you said you do know what I would reference when it comes to Donald Trump's contributing factors to the 2022 peak of gas prices.
People say a lot of shit that they don't know.
So you lied.
Yeah, I lied. Everybody lies. You lie.
This is why I save the debating children to fucking Parker and shit. This is literally the reason. Dude is up here trying to have a full-blown argument.
Children,
with
I'm
else.
26, bro.
Yeah,
You're
don't
probably the
sound
same age as
26, and
me.
your mentality. No, I'm not. And your mentality clearly. First off,
what are you, like 33?
I'm aspirationally 44.
Wow.
Yeah.
44. And you're fucking on TikTok. It's horrible.
Trump's on TikTok at 80. What are we doing?
No, Trump's not on TikTok. He has somebody that controls his page for him. You were actually literally
So Trump
on
had
TikTok.
someone create an account on TikTok. Okay.
Trump doesn't do
Oh
lives
my
on
gosh!
TikTok.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Like a
Trump
little
doesn't
child.
do lives. I'm sorry. If me doing TikTok lives makes me a child, what does that make you?
I'm not on TikTok lives.
You're not on a TikTok live right now.
I'm talking to you. I'm not. My job
So
is
you're
not TikTok
on a
lives.
TikTok live right
Yes.
now. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have an issue with me making money on TikTok?
No, I'm just saying it's childish. You're calling me a child.
Oh, got you.
when literally
So it
TikTok
is
what
got you.
child people
It
do.
is childish to make money off of TikTok, correct?
No, that's not.
I didn't
what,
know.
that's
I
not
didn't
what
know there
said.
was a. That
Bro, you
actually
gotta quit
is
putting
literally
shit-
what you're saying.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
I did
Am
not
I
say-
missing something?
I
What
did
am I
not say-
missing here?
You making money is childish. I said you being on TikTok is childish.
You literally said you're on
Get it
here.
right,
you
dumbass.
literally said you're on here making money on TikTok as a grown man.
bless you.
That's what you said, right? As a grown man, I'm making money on
said
TikTok.
nothing about
Then
you
you
making
said
money.
I'm making
Oh my
money.
God,
Then
bro.
you said I'm on TikTok at my age, right?
All right.
So,
Anyways,
let's
debate.
No. Let's narrow this down. So you don't have an issue with me making money on TikTok?
No, I don't have an issue with
Got you.
people
Got you.
making
Got
money
you.
anyway.
And you don't have an issue with me being aspirationally 44, going on TikTok live?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do. Got you. So
Yeah.
what is the issue with me being on TikTok doing lives? Tell me.
That you're a fucking 44-year-old man and you're on TikTok, a social media platform which most kids are on, and you say you hate
I wanna point
debating
out-
kids.
I want to point out that I specifically said that I'm aspirationally 44 and you did not get it. That was super funny. Anyways, so the majority of my audience, take a wild guess as to what their age demographics are.
Under 40.
No.
Yes.
Majority of my demographic, 61% women, with the
Oh,
other
I'm
percentage
sure
being
they're
men,
women,
and the
'cause
ages
most
are
liberals
between,
are women.
and the age groups are between 43 to 57.
Sounds like they need a life.
Oh, got you. So social media is, or better yet, TikTok, X, Instagram, and Facebook.
And Snapchat.
There are age limits on these platforms.
No, there's not age limits, but it makes you childish.
there's
when you
not
go, when
age-
you go on a date.
Wait.
when you go on a date with somebody-
Social media is childish?
Yes.
Social media is childish.
Yes.
And you're on social media.
Yes. I'm 26.
You're not a child.
Right, but I'm not a 40-year-old either. You're saying most of your viewers are 40,
sir,
50, 60s.
I'm really trying not. You got to stop dog walking yourself here. So you're a grown man. You're 26 years old, which means 25, which this is not technically as true anymore, but as the world universally agreed to it before in the past, your brain is fully developed at the age of 25, so you're a full-grown man. All you have yet to do is learn now, not develop anymore. You're a full-grown man on TikTok Live. You requested up on a panel specifically with an aspirationally 44-year-old guy to go back and forth with him about the President of the United States, a politically grown-ass topic, and you're here calling the platform and myself childish, but you're exempt from said childishness, right?
No.
So you would be childish yourself by your own logic.
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody that's on social
What
media
the
is
fuck
childish.
are we doing? What
Bro,
the fuck are we doing?
That's what I told you. Let's
What the
debate.
fuck
I
are we
never.
doing?
Also, another thing, Hector, is that he keeps calling this like a kids app and whatnot, but why does he have a shirtless PFP on a kids app?
Yeah, it's crazy.
What
Put
do
some
you
clothes
think?
Very
on.
inappropriate.
Go put a shirt on.
Extremely inappropriate.
Shit, I don't need a shirt on. My body looks good. Just like
Highly
women.
inappropriate for
Just
a kids
like
app, bro. Go
women.
cover up.
Just like women. When they think they look good, they show their
Go
skin.
cover up. Not
Goodness
okay.
gracious. So Jared, after displaying the gross level of incompetence and lack of intelligence that you just did there, why would I continue to engage in a conversation with you?
I mean, honestly, you don't have to. I don't give a fuck, but I'm just giving you views.
Yeah, I'm well aware of what I don't have to do. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not that guy. I'm not about to go back and forth with that child. You can say you're 26 all you want, bro. You are 12. You act 12. Goodness gracious. What was that? What was that? Also, guys, I'm actually 28. Don't get me wrong. My hairline started going early, but I'm 28 years old. But I say I'm aspirationally 44 because I was just born old. I don't know what to tell y'all. Nikki, did you vote for Trump?
No, but I just want to say this. Y'all can drop me down by.
No, thank you. Please respect the rules of the live. Please respect the rules of the live. Only request up or call in the number on screen if you are a Trump supporter. Guys, best way to support the platform is also going to be the links in the bio. And please make sure we're taking care of Erica while she's here.
To accept.
Ron, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
And do you regret your vote?
No, not at all.
Cool. Do you believe that TikTok is a child's app and I would be a child by participating in this conversation with you?
No, I don't.
Hey, we're doing great. So cool. You don't regret your vote. Why is that?
I don't regret my vote because I think he's done everything right to the point that we're in a better position in this country right now. So that's what I truly believe.
It's a fascinating premise. You said you think he's done everything right by this country. So I'm curious. In your words,
cool.
What would you consider doing right by the country is?
I mean, taking that bastard out in Iran and killing him, that's definitely the right thing. We need a regime change in there. Yet, I mean, we put boots on the ground. That's the best thing we can do is get that regime change.
You want boots on the ground in Iran?
100%. Why not? That's what we did in Afghanistan. That's what we did in Iraq. That's how we got Saddam out. Let's do the same thing for the rest of their leadership.
Ain't no way this person's real, Hector. Every single American, especially people over the age of like 35, are fully aware of what is actually what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, especially Afghanistan.
Loser.
Whoa, sir. Hey, whoa, dude. Hey, why are you crashing out, bro?
I'm not a 40-year-old loser. I'm a 40-year-old winner. What are you talking about, sir?
You're a fucking loser.
Right?
For the fact that you guys
my hair is long. All right. My waist is getting smaller. All right. My child is healthy. My bills are, almost all the way paid.
Look at you,
I own my car. Like, what are we doing?
Loser, what? Sir. Whoa, sir. Sir. I don't know who you are. I have never had a conversation with you a day in my life. Why are you so angry? Are you okay? Hold on. Can you look at the screen, sir? Sir, can you look at the screen?
It's so aggressive.
Sir, can we get back to the conversation? Sir, can we get back to the conversation?
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay. Are you looking at the screen? Are you looking at the YouTube screen right now?
I mean, I don't have it in front of me right now. So
okay, got you. If you don't mind making it, taking a quick look in your own words, could you show me where on the red panda that Erica hurt you?
Oh, well, where
Eric? Can you show me? Can you show me where on the red panda that Erica would have hurt you?
You're gonna try to do the reverse psychology.
No, I'm not doing reverse psychology. We literally were trying to engage in a conversation. I asked you a question about Iran. Erica said, "Ain't no way this person is real," and you crashed out in 2 seconds.
Because she's a fucking idiot.
Whoa, sir, I don't. Okay. Hey, it's okay, man. It's okay. You don't have to be so angry. It can't possibly. Yes, this is a red panda. This is a gift that I was given by an amazing person. It helps keeps me calm. I didn't hang up.
What was that? We know your hands were on the panda. That was crazy. What'd I do to that person?
Whoa, wow.
Also, a nice person in the chat did remind me that I also have all of my teeth. So there's that. Except for my wisdom teeth. I did have to have those pulled out, but I got all of my teeth. No side teeth are missing. So there's that.
That was something. Goodness gracious. Why are they so angry, guys? I thought they were winning.
Oh my gosh. That was so aggressive.
Ian, did you vote for Trump?
I did, yes.
And do you regret your vote?
I do not.
Do you? Okay, got you. Do you think we need to have boots on the ground in Iran for a regime
Oh,
change?
hell no.
Sounds pretty
hell
fucking
no.
crazy, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. We can start there. You don't regret your vote. Why is that?
So largely, I think that he has done most of what he said he was going to do, which unfortunately isn't something that I can say for most other presidents in my known time here on the earth.
Fascinating. Okay, cool. Let's play a game. The game we're going to play is going to be called Bar for Bar. You're going to tell me something that Trump has done, that he's done, and something that Biden said he was going to do that he didn't do. We're going to play that game. Or better yet, no, I'm going to tell you a thing Biden said he was going to do and he did. You give me a thing that Trump said he was going to do and that he did. And we're going to go bar for bar. But really quickly, W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 super chat. Tell this caller, I, an Afghanistan war veteran, am calling him a traitorous, treasonous excuse for an American. Find your shame, stupid. Much love, Erica and Hector. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you. Let me make something super duper clear. Don't fucking call yourself a patriot if you're advocating for not only the one thing, regime change, that the Trump administration said they're turning around from, doing away with, but two, boots on the ground in Iran. Don't fucking call yourself a patriot if you're welcoming that shit in. That's insane. W's in the chat to you, Wesley. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Please make sure we take care of Erica while she's here as well. Let's get the likes up to 100K. Super tap the screen. Share this live out with as many people as possible. And knock out the finger hearts goal. Okay, Ian. Give me a thing that the Trump administration ran off of doing and that they did.
So one of the largest ones was dealing with the no accountability when it comes to how we spend our money. Which is what they did at the very beginning.
Okay. Is your first thing that the Trump administration is holding the government and its respective agencies more accountable for reckless and wasteful, fraudulent spending?
To some extent, yes. I'm not necessarily saying now. I'm saying at the very beginning of what he did.
You're not saying now. So you're... Thank you guys for the follows. Are you indicating a change from what they were saying before?
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that the current Doge is not currently, or at least not openly talking about what they're finding.
Oh, okay. So you're basing this off of Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, which was never an official department, but that's a separate conversation. Okay, so you believe that Doge actually was able to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the government?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of that?
So there was multiple that I knew of. The largest one that comes to my head at the moment was the amount of money that was being sent overseas to multiple different countries for, to put it plainly, idiotic healthcare. Things that aren't necessarily absolutely needed, if that makes sense.
Fascinating. So I did say that I was going to respond with something that Biden ran off of and did. Biden ran off of student loan forgiveness, and he very much was able to forgive the loans of, I believe, over 5 million Americans to the amount of 160 to 180 billion dollars until the Supreme Court stopped him from doing any more. So there's my bar, just to keep it consistent. But back to what you said about healthcare. USAID, to my knowledge, doesn't fund healthcare in other countries. It's aid. It could be supplies, medical supplies, and things of that nature.
Medical supplies.
It's not. It's not healthcare.
Well, it was largely medical supplies that were not life saving.
Go ahead, Erica.
Yes. Well, I would say that it was, in a sense, healthcare. And the reason why I would say that is because of what it actually did. It wasn't like, just for doctor's visits or like healthcare in the way in which it wasn't like that, like no universal healthcare or anything of that nature. They aren't Israel, But with that being said, it did provide like vaccines. It provided also contraceptive devices and also things to help bring down like the maternal mortality rates in these countries. And like, Ian, did you know that it's estimated that like over 16 million people within the next 10 years are going to unalive in those countries because of the cuts to USAID? And this is just children, by the way.
I didn't know the exact numbers, no.
Yeah,
But
that's what it was for. It was actually to help like stop disease and to keep people alive is what USAID did. How does cutting that benefit the Americans? Where did the savings go?
Yeah. Not to mention that's not wasteful spending. But yes, where did the money go?
so I'll be honest with you, I actually don't know because I didn't pay attention to that side of it because I stopped paying attention to most of it about midway through. Because I got super busy and life happened and I had a decent tragedy hit my life, but that's not the point. So I kind of stopped paying attention about midway through most of what Doge was talking about, most of those types of things.
Okay.
That's part of the reason why I didn't know specifically the numbers that were just stated.
So then it's interesting because you said that Doge was cutting all these programs, which was wasteful. And again, as Erica mentioned, it was a kind of healthcare and aid to other nations, which in part not only helped us with our soft powers with the region and our influence, but also not bringing back some of those diseases to the United States. As you know, a lot of people come here legally or even illegally. And if we reduce some of the diseases, infectious diseases across the United States, especially to the degree that we were in places like Africa and in places like some causes coming up in Europe, then we would also be protecting Americans by default, not only who go to the region, but who come back. So I don't know how that was wasteful spending.
I would say that it was wasteful spending solely along the lines of, or largely along the lines of, it didn't have a large enough impact on the U.S. I'm very much I'm not an isolationist by any stretch of the imagination, but I am very much America first. And unfortunately, we have far too much that we aren't even able to help ourselves with, let alone when we're trying to help other countries.
Okay.
I think we need to have more focus on our own people instead of...
Why would you expect USAID to have a quote-unquote direct focus on Americans? The literal name is United States Agency for International Development.
That's not who I was referring to in terms of that. There are other programs that I think some of the money, not necessarily all of the money.
Well, you mentioned USAID specifically, so we're talking about all the programs that went through USAID, that were funded through USAID.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm saying that some of their spending should go other places that go more towards the United States citizens instead of non-citizens. That is what I'm saying.
Why would we expect an international body or a body for international development to better Americans' lives when we already have American programs for that in the United States that could use some funding and restructuring?
Okay, so maybe I am not following, which is possible. The USAID, that organization,
so gotcha.
Is that based in the United States? Are we the one funding them? Yes or no? Because I apparently don't know. I thought we were.
Yes, we are funding them for international development, for soft powers, to improve our relations with several regions that we may need in the future for their minerals, for their partnerships, for trade, for otherwise. That's why it was increased. It's literally one of the reasons why the United States is a superpower across the world. It's because we lend a hand and we're able to establish strong relationships with these regions because of it, which in turn benefits us. It benefits us on the foreign stage. When it comes to intelligence, when it comes to trade, when it comes to reducing diseases, and I would damn near argue immigration. If we're helping these other countries with problems that they have, then those people would have less reason to come here if they're more comfortable or safe in their country. Does that make sense?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So also it helped fund poverty across the region. I believe 3 point something billion dollars was cut from the, what is it called again? Gavi Foundation? Was it Gavi Foundation? No, not Gavi Foundation. Development assistance or something like that. Development assistance. Anyway, and that's what we use to literally help feed other people. I think those are all good things. I think those are ways that we led with, goodness and kindness and grace. how is that wasteful spending? When I think
Those
of
ones
wasteful
are-
spending, when I think of fraud, when I think of all these things that Doge said that they rooted out, I would think of people who were funneling money into their own wallets versus the actual programs that was meant to. I would think about people who couldn't account for the money that we were spending and where it went, things of that nature. But it just sounds like everything that you're saying is fraud is just the fact that the money was going outside the United States to begin with.
Okay, so fraud might not have been the right word. I may
Well,
have
you said
fraud.
wasteful
If I did, I
spending.
didn't mean- I said wasteful spending.
Yeah,
Fraud and wasteful spending aren't necessarily the same thing.
of course they're not the same thing. But that's what the Doge department advocated for, cutting
What
fraud
I
and
understand that's
wasteful
what they
spending.
were advocating for, saying that that was fraud. I get that. I'm not saying that was fraud.
I'm saying
that was wasteful
nothing
spending.
you've even substantiated. It has nothing you've substantiated as wasteful spending. You're saying it's wasteful because it's going to other countries, not understanding significance and importance of why it's going to other countries. The Trump administration
understand
understands
why.
soft power very well. He tried to increase it with
I do
Argentina.
understand why it was going there.
So then what
I
makes
just
it wasteful?
Don't agree. I just do not agree. Me personally, do not agree that it was the correct way to go about it. Nor should it be that much. That's my statement in regards to those specifically. Now, I will also say that the point that you brought up about the when it comes to helping to feed other countries and those types of things, I'm not saying that that's wasteful spending at all. As a matter of fact, I would actually put more money into that than into the medical side of it.
The Trump administration would disagree with you. Also, that's insane.
I understand.
Why would you want to cut what we spend to help people medically for food?
Well, the question becomes, do they die more from medical or do they die more from lack of food? The other aspect to that would be
They die
also
more from medical because they're dying from malaria is what they're dying from. They're dying from malaria, okay? All right? Preventable diseases, tuberculosis, preventable diseases is what people are dying for
So is
in the
that- my
global
question
south.
would be, is that the side of what they cut? Because as far as I know, that
Yes,
wasn't
it
what they
is.
cut when it came
You
to
look it
medicine.
up.
Yes, $2.63 billion to the Gavi Foundation, and that included significant cuts to the president's malaria initiative in the region.
Gotcha. Okay, so I didn't actually know that. I wouldn't advocate for that. The side of some of the things that would say that I think is wasteful is non-life-threatening diseases, things of that nature, which we spent quite a bit of money on with doing, or medically necessary surgeries.
I think it's wild that you're trying to parse out like what was actually cut here when the whole thing is that it wasn't wasteful. That's the whole thing. You can't prove how it
Well,
was
so that's-
wasteful.
that's an
So there's
opinion
that
as to
part.
whether or
No,
not
actually,
it's-
no. No, it's
Yeah.
not an opinion. No, because we can prove that it
All of this is
actually
opinion.
it was beneficial and not wasteful. So it means it was useful and not wasteful. All right, by the outcomes of it, by the amount of lives that it actually saved, and by the amount of lives that are projected to be lost because of the cuts in funding. Okay, I think one life is too many, but for some reason or another, I guess 16 million isn't enough for you. I guess if we said it was 20 million, that'd be better. But whatever. Anywho, still prove to us how it was wasteful. That's all I want you to do.
Yeah, really
Make your
quickly.
argument as to why it was wasteful.
Before he does, Debbie's in the chat to Natalie for the $5 Venmo. The only thing that Trump has done successfully is use up all of his boxes of pamper pull-ups. Also remember that you can't spell America without Erica. I fucking love that saying so much. Debbie's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Please make sure we're taking care of Erica while she's here before she goes live. Yeah, that's the point I'm really trying to drive home here is everything that you consider wasteful wasn't actually wasteful or even called wasteful accurately based off the documentation of what they canceled by Doge. It was just rhetoric. They came out to the media, they said they cut waste, fraud, and abuse, and then when you actually look at the programs, they were essential to disease prevention, recovery, hunger, and several other factors. Sounds like you just believe that Doge was doing the right thing because Trump told you.
No, that isn't what I believe at all.
That's what
There are
you've
many
been proving
things
so far.
No, I flat out told you that there are many things that Doge cut that I wasn't a fan of them cutting.
Yeah.
I'm not a...
The majority of those cuts were
like,
those things.
That's not what I'm advocating for. It's
That's
not what I'm even saying.
I know you guys say that, but that's what your vote did do. Doesn't really matter what you advocated for. When the administration themselves did not properly answer questions, and they were asked time and time again in countless hearings if they were going to cut this program, if they're going to cut that program, and they either dodged the questions or straight up lied and said no, then they follow up with doing said things. And we told you guys that this was going to happen based off the fact that they were never accurate or detailed to begin with. That's what your vote supported, whether you want to say yes or not. This is literally what we screamed on the campaign trail.
I'm not necessarily saying that that's not what my vote ended up doing. I'm simply saying that at the time when I voted, I can't read into what people say to that degree. You can't prove to me that before I voted that that was what was going to happen.
I think we quite literally can. Like I said, they literally dodged questions on if they would cut funding to places like Africa, if they would cut funding for vaccine initiatives, if they would cut funding for all these different things. And if they didn't straight up dodge it, they lied and said no. They went around at the beginning of the Doge cuts and they said stupidness about fucking condom bombs to Gaza and transgender mice. And what's that other big thing that they said? I'm blanking on the shit that said that they were going to cut. So on and so forth. They made up stories to get you to believe that this was the wasteful spending that was taking place, when on the back end, they were cutting all these other things. And the money, mind you, the money is not going back into American citizens' hands. That's the part I really want to drive home here. You and I are no better off from these cuts. Not only is our relationships worse off, but United States citizens' lives are worse off because that money didn't come back to the United States, and he's continued to cut our own programs too. So it doesn't seem like you really got what you wanted.
I mean, that's fair. So I'll say this: I don't follow politics as much as I used to. So that's probably part of this, because I haven't been keeping up because of personal situations that happened in my life. So some of my information, if not all of my information, is also out of date. So there is also that.
Okay. Do you support the Trump administration's cuts to the ACA, SNAP, and other programs that's meant to help Americans?
Not wholesale. I think that it needs refinement.
Okay.
I think that SNAP needed refinement, but I don't think it should have been cut.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think we can use some refining on SNAP. That's not what he led with. There was no audit done on SNAP payments that showed administrative errors, that showed actual fraud or overpayments, that showed a record of Americans who have 6 jobs and undocumented migrants being able to pull hundreds of dollars from these programs every single month. He just slashed them, changed the requirements, and slashed the benefits. That's all they did.
I mean, dude, I hear you. I can't really speak to that because I don't really know a whole lot about what was actually cut. I know that before it was cut, that I had multiple conversations when I was actually keeping up with stuff with people about that I think that it needed refinement, that I think we needed to work on it, but that I didn't think it should be cut when they were talking about cutting it. I was very vocal about it. It sucks that it was cut. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do about it, or we can really do about it now.
That's the point.
Besides pushing for reinstatement.
That's the point. And that correction, there's quite a bit we can do about it now. We can get some restoration, specifically in Congress come midterms, when we get a large portion of Republicans out of the House and the Senate, specifically the House, who supported those cuts to begin with. Many of the Republicans today who still very much support how those cuts were implemented, despite the fact that it was not done based off of, again, waste, fraud, or abuse. It was done to save American taxpayers' dollars, and then now we've been putting it more into war. W's in the chat to Palpable for the dollar PayPal. This is Palpable. He's doing the transphobia thing? Yeah, we didn't touch that. W's in the chat to Will for the $5 Venmo. USAID daily spending $59.4 million. Iran war daily spending $891.4 million. 890. You're, is that accurate? That may be accurate. I'll double check it. I'd love to discuss soft power return on investment sometime. Hey, 6,000%. Feel free to. Our soft power investments have been extremely strong. The Trump administration understands soft power, specifically when we talk about the $20 billion that we directly gave to Argentina and the other $20 billion that we facilitated for investments. What we were attempting to do with China, the deals that we put forward to get them to buy a large portion of our NVIDIA chips, so on and so forth. So there's other countries where he's very fine with soft power. He just seemed to shit on the ones that he thought were unnecessary, such as feeding people and reducing diseases.
I have one. Shout out to Cheeky for the 10. Cheeky said, it's funny how the caller doesn't let intelligence get in the way of his opinions. Shout out to you, Cheeky. Shout out those hearts in the chat.
I'm curious. What did you really vote for? Because waste, fraud, and abuse really don't work, especially considering when we look at what the Trump administration has not only wasted money on, but even what they spent to, I guess, recover from some of their egregious layoffs or the reflecting pool or actually solving the issue that we had in Iran. So waste, fraud, and abuse can't possibly be working in 2026 because he's enabled all of those things, specifically with his friends. I feel like there's another reason.
So full transparency, the reason that I voted for Trump the first and second time is solely for one reason.
Call from Jesse.
Jesse, hold for a moment. Solely for one reason. Go ahead.
I voted for him the first time because I believed like God was telling me to. The second time, I voted for him for the same reason, but also because in his first time in office, he did everything that he campaigned for. There's not a single thing, or there's very few things that he went on with the campaign that he didn't do.
It's quite a few things, actually. And we can ramp them up in his second term. I want to point out the fact that Donald Trump doing what he ran off of in the campaign, first off, that's a lie. He ran off of affordability. That was the biggest thing. He said he was going to bring down the cost of homes, and now he's quite literally holding it up with the recent bill that was passed bipartisanly in the Congress, in the House and the Senate. He said that he was going to bring down your energy prices by 50% within the first 6 months. We're now over a year and a half in. Energy prices have increased roughly 6 to 13% on average in the United States. He said that he was going to bring down the cost of your groceries and then did blanketed unconstitutional tariffs, specifically to several nations that we get a large portion of our food from, and then brought up that cost. Gas prices, whole nother thing. We don't have to talk about that. You've seen them lately. So all of those things, which was the number one reason, the economy, the number one cited reason people said they would vote for him, tanker. Inflation outpacing wage growth. Unemployment rate stalling and actually increased from what it was under Biden at the end of January 2025. It's a whole nother thing when we talk about no new wars. Obviously, that was a joke. It's a whole nother thing when we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, which we've been over. So what are these things? Thank you guys for the follows. What are these things that you're saying that he's done everything he said he was going to do, or at least successfully?
I didn't say he said he was
almost everything. You said almost everything. You said most things.
No, I said in his first campaign, back in 2020 to 2020, no, whatever that is, that first time, first 4 years that he was in office, when he ran those years, he did roughly everything that he was going to do.
Again, the point I'm trying to make out is not only did he not do that, and I can go back to his first term and unpack that as well, but I actually don't care, but also those don't apply to 2024 onward, especially when he ran off of a different campaign to some degree. He ran off of different things. He tried to decrease the corporate tax rate even lower than his first term until even Senate Republicans said, "Meh, that's too much." He ran off of broad blanketed tariffs. The first term, some of his tariffs, some of them were slightly more targeted, barely, but slightly more targeted versus the one he implemented now. We saw the unfortunate results of that. He ran off of no new wars, immediately got into other conflicts and instigated several with Denmark, with Venezuela, so on and so forth. So if you're saying you believe his first term is an accomplishment, then you would have then walked back your support for him during his second campaign, because the second campaign started to drift away from the things that made his first administration great. Not to mention, you said God told you to do this. So I take it you're a Christian.
Yes.
And you believe that God speaks to you.
Yes.
So you believe that God told you to go vote for a man who is held civilly liable for the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll, bragged into walking into the underage girls' dressing rooms, grabbing them by the ussy. They don't even wait. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they don't let you do it. Said the only thing he had in common with his daughter was sex, or the first thing that came to his mind that he had in common with his daughter was sex. Graped his first wife, as in the divorce proceedings, before I guess his threat of power made her walk that claim back. What exactly is godly about that vote for that kind of person? So God would ask you to vote for ungodliness, is what you're telling me.
Oh, absolutely. If the choices are between two different ungodly men, yes, he would.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. So tell me, Mr. Godly Man.
Neither one of them is Christian.
Tell me, incorrect. Kamala Harris is Baptist. Tell me,
not Christian.
What was the most ungodly, demonic, heathenistic thing about Kamala Harris?
I honestly didn't really pay attention to her because she wasn't the one I was voting for.
What do you mean you didn't pay attention to her?
I mean that I paid attention to her campaign.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's what I'd be referencing. Her campaign.
There wasn't anything necessarily inherently bad about her campaign.
So then how did you say it's demonic or evil?
I didn't say that it was demonic or evil.
You said you had to vote for one evil person or one more evil person, lesser of two evils. That was the equation that you made.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I was asking you to give me the evils of Kamala Harris or her campaign promise policies, and then you said you didn't even pay attention to it. So either two things just happened. You just completely spoke out of your ass, or there's something you're holding back. Which one is it?
I like to make things up. I like to play pretend.
I'm not trying to play pretend. I'm not even trying to do any of that.
Yeah.
I think very clearly before I speak. That's why I'm not.
Clearly not. So do me a favor. While you're thinking about that, as a subscriber of the Hector Talks platform, Jared has decided to cash in on his perk Mano a Mano, where he will have 5 minutes with the guest uninterrupted. Jared, your time starts now.
Thank you, Hector. Ian, I just wanted to start this off, just get the knowledge of my credentials out of the way. I went through seminary. I have a master's degree in divinity and have spent time as a minister. So let me ask you, how do you define godly versus ungodly or demonic versus non-demonic?
I would define godly versus ungodly based off of what the Bible says is godly and what it says it isn't.
So, what in Scripture would you say delineates between godly and ungodly? Did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
So what in Scripture specifically delineates between ungodly and godly?
4 minutes.
So most of that comes down to whether or not you're saved, largely. But if you're talking about actions, it's regarding to sin, and your actions in regards to those things. Lying, I could list them out, but I'm pretty sure we both know what they are.
So what comes to mind is it sounds like you don't have a full grasp of specific scripture that actually delineates between godly and ungodly. And what sounds like is that your definition of ungodly is a difference in faith compared to your faith.
No.
3 minutes.
Then please delineate scripture and list out the scripture that specifically says someone like Kamala Harris is demonic.
I didn't call her demonic.
And Donald or ungodly.
Lesser of two evils, we should say.
I did say lesser of two evils. I did not say demonic.
Is he a Mormon?
Okay.
No, I am not a Mormon.
So here's the thing. If we actually look at scripture, what is laid out and delineated as ungodly, Trump checks off just about every box on the list. But we can go scripture for scripture if you would like. But you haven't laid any of those out. I think if you're going to...
I don't have the ability at the moment to actually get into Bible and look them up.
Well,
2
the
minutes
Bible
left.
tells us to inscribe scripture on our heart, right?
Yeah.
And we are to know scripture, right?
Yes.
So are you picking and choosing what you remember?
No.
Or picking and choosing what applies to your argument?
I am just not able at the moment. I'm not a very good person at memorization. I'm just not.
Okay.
I never have been.
So is there scripture that states that coveting another person's wife is ungodly?
Yes.
Is there scripture stating that sexual immorality outside of marriage is ungodly?
Yep.
That greed is ungodly?
Yes.
That hoarding wealth of not
60
taking
seconds.
care of the lesser than us is ungodly?
Lisa,
Yep.
please.
Then why vote for Trump? How is Trump the lesser of two evils? When he fits everything that is laid out as defined as the Antichrist in Revelation and by Peter. How much time did you say I had?
30 seconds.
Yes.
Okay, so what I can say is that while Christian values should have no place in deciding who we vote for or the government, we have to be more careful about actually abiding by Scripture and by understanding who we're voting for rather than groupthink.
I agree with that.
Damn, Cheeky. Cheeky said, "Can I pay to expend his time?" I mean, he was cooking. Jared was cooking. Jared was absolutely cooking. If y'all want to, feel free to. Feel free to. I don't know. Five for 5 more minutes. That's fine. Whatever.
I mean, because I can mute until they do, Hector, or I can.
No, you're good. I want to add on to your point really quickly. I understood your line of questioning, and I thought you did it brilliantly. But to be fair, we kind of got to the end of the point that I was trying to make, which was he said the lesser of two evils. And when I asked him specifically about the evil in the Kamala Harris campaign or in herself, he could not substantiate it. He said out of his own mouth, he did not pay much attention to her campaign. So he just said a line, but he doesn't actually know. He doesn't know the evil of the Kamala Harris administration, or, once again, there is something he's not saying.
I agree.
Something he may have even alluded to earlier. W's in the chat. The Cheeky for the 10 slams the timer. Go ahead, Jared. Floor is yours. I will say now, I will allow other individuals to interrupt while you're up here on the panel. Not interrupt, but add on to what you're saying
I know
while
what
you're
you
on the
mean.
panel. But yeah, go ahead and keep doing your thing, man.
So it looks like he's teacupping, but so here's the thing. Because before even my own religious deconstruction, I was kind of in the same boat. We've talked about this, Hector. I, at one point, was a conservative Christian and had to break free from the groupthink. I even had a minister from the pulpit said during Bush's going into a second campaign, remember who you are as a Christian and vote for who you're supposed to vote for. And the thing is while we should keep religion out of politics and not let it be the basis of who we vote for, there is still, I cannot separate how informed I am by scripture as far as who we're called to help and who we're called to look out for. I mean, I'm greatly informed by a Levitical law that tells us. Now, I'll let you answer that. Go ahead.
From Amy George.
Amy George, you're on the line. Hold for a moment. Go ahead, Jared.
So I am, while Levitical, law, ceremonial law is very, very, very controversial and hard to parse out, and it's bad to pick and choose. I look at Levitical law that says to welcome the stranger among you, the alien among you as, and treat them as a citizen among you. I look at Levitical law that says to leave the reapings of your harvest and in everything to feed those that have less. There is a comment that said, do I know what Trump is doing that goes against the Bible? There is adultery. There is the elimination of, or the cutting of funding for social programs that help the less among us. There are
falsehoods.
The fact that he is, I'm sorry?
Falsehoods, telling lies.
Yeah.
Right? Bearing
Telling falsehoods,
witness.
telling lies. Ego, I guess pride.
Greed. You mentioned a few
greed.
of them already.
We would be here all day. I mean, we could talk about how Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah, preached or taught against Solomon's hoarding of wealth. Ezekiel prophesied for the. I'm sorry, I just lost the track of mine, but...
Hold for a second. Hold for a second while you collect that. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 super chat. My credentials: raised by a Methodist minister and spent a year studying to become a chaplain. Let me be clear. Donald Trump is the least Christ-like human to ever exist. Much love. I won't say ever exist, but he's definitely at the top of the list for sure. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Godzilla for the $5 super chat. 5 for 5, say less. They will like you here, Jared. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to George for the $5 PayPal. Give that man his 5 minutes, please. Y'all gonna have this man up here for the whole fucking live. W's in the chat to y'all. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's and Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 12s and 2 R's. Please feel free to gift Erica. Please feel free to gift Jared while he's up here if you like what he's saying. Do all the good things. If you're over on the tube side, so you can send a super chat, super sticker, or become a member. Really quickly, Jared, I just want to read Matthew 25, 40 through 45 really quickly, because it will never cease to amaze me how many Christians don't know that what's in their book. And the king shall answer and say unto them, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, which I quite literally heard a Christian Trump supporter make an argument of the left hand being the literal left-leaning people. Fucking insane. Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepare for the devil and his angels. Want to know why? For I was 100, and ye gave me no meat. Starving millions of people not only in the United States, with the cuts to SNAP and even the government shutdowns based off of falsehoods, but abroad. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I believe is the United States and a few other countries, or Israel, did not declare water like a human right. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. The war on undocumented migrants, even the ones who legally come here for asylum, a legal process, he's completely canceled and significantly restricted it, not only overall, but from specific countries. Naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick, and in prison, and ye visited me not. We can get into healthcare and everything else. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when we saw thee an hungered, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it unto me. The Trump administration's treatment of the downtrodden, of the poor, of the needy, whether in the United States or internationally, is his treatment of Jesus and everything he asked us to do. How he asked us to put forward our best selves, our biggest hearts, quite literally violates every single one of those things. Now, I don't want to sit here and just continue to preach to you. I do want to allow Jared to finish his piece, but I just want to make the point that you said Kamala Harris was a lesser, or Donald Trump was the lesser of two evils compared to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris had on the campaign trail plans to feed the poor, plans to expand healthcare access, whether free or paid, to millions more Americans, plans to continue to fund all those key programs that helped us internationally with our soft power, but helping other people who are in infinitely worse positions than many of us here in the United States. And you said no to that under the guise of it being evil. Go ahead, Jared.
Yes. So, Ian, I don't want to completely exclude you because I know this is an opportunity to also speak. So I want you to know that I'm not on here to be like, you're a horrible person. You know, I guess this is turning into a more of a conversation, but what in your learning, in your teaching, and what you've been taught would lead you to believe that Trump is more godly or the lesser of evil? I mean, I know Hector's already alluded to this question, but in your experience, what have you been taught that would lead you to believe that?
Specifically, would be probably pro-life, specifics, which I know is probably the thing you've been trying to get me to say this whole time.
Well, not necessarily, no.
Trying to get you to say the truth.
See, here's the thing. And I've gone back and forth with pro-life and pro-choice throughout my life, because it's been an internal, deconstruction. But I mean, my issue is that you can use the Bible if you want to be pro-life. It would be an incorrect usage of Scripture, but Scripture also teaches us that to be pro-life would be to take care of the child once it's born as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But that is not the pro-life stance or what Trump is doing. Because he's championing forced birth, but eliminating everything that would help the child after birth.
Yeah, which I'm not in favor of.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. I mean, because
this is my stance on pro-life. If we're going to make the statement for pro-life, which I think we should also fork up the cash to make sure that they're taken care of, and that's just the truth. I know that there's lots of others who are pro-life who won't say that, but that is the truth of the matter. The fact that we're not is a problem.
I mean,
Donald Trump, I'm so sorry, Jared. Donald Trump ran off of government-funded IVF for women. We were going to pay for it. He ran off of funding this to increase childbirth here in the United States, while simultaneously running off of cutting programs to help mothers, while simultaneously championing red states to enforce their more draconian policies to restrict access for women to take care of the babies after they were born. So I find it really fucking ridiculous that you're sitting here saying something like that, which is a true goddamn statement. If you are going to say you're pro-life, then you should be pro-life after that child is born and all throughout up until they turn 18 years old. And then he is basically, in every other policy, said, fuck it. I'm going to be honest with you, Jared. I feel like we put a lot on this guy, and he has a lot to think about. And I'm not going to sit here and just continue to beat him over the head. I don't see the point. He needs to go figure some shit out. He just needs to go figure some shit out. Like he can't keep up. He can't keep up. I don't know. It's the first time someone's presented it to him in this way, but he can't keep up. And I don't feel
that's fine.
I don't see the point of having him up here anymore. I don't. There's another thing that he really didn't say. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. When you can sit here and say that Kamala Harris was the worst of the evils, and then you say with your full chest that you didn't even look at her campaign, you don't know anything about her. The reason why we often like to pull that R word that you guys don't like, that little race card, is because of things like that.
Yep. I was going to say, the reason he's saying she's the least of she's the more evil of the two, or the worst choice, is not because she's not quote unquote Christian. It's because she's a black woman. It is.
Well, you're just a fucking woman in general. I feel like I wish a lot more of you were honest about that shit. All those circles for what?
For just misogynoir that they don't want to admit.
I appreciate you staying on hold. Jared, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Friendly reminder that Jared cashed in on his Mono a Mono perk, and that is an exclusive perk as a subscriber of the Hector Talks platform, either on Discord, TikTok, or YouTube. Thank you so much, Jared, for coming up as always. You know, I appreciate you. Can we you guys follow Jared? He does like gaming lives and other stuff, and he knows what he's talking about when it comes to religion. Also, feel free to throw him some coins or do all that stuff. Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I did, definitely 3 times.
3 times. And do you regret your vote?
Absolutely. So I wanted to go back to the caller that didn't have an answer on how Kamala.
Sure. Once you answer a simple question, do you regret your vote?
Sure. Absolutely not.
Wonderful. Why is that?
Because he's a wonderful president. He's restoring America.
Wonderful president who's
but
restoring
America.
But let's
get back to Kamala.
Yeah.
Do you realize Kamala had affairs to get where she was?
Nope.
And she ruined relationships?
Nope.
She slept with Willie Brown.
Nope.
It is documented. He said it.
Nope.
Okay, no.
Ma'am,
what?
Nor would I give a flying fuck if that was true, because if your line was adultery, then you would not have voted for Donald Trump, who cheated on 3 of his wives.
The thing
First wife with second wife, second wife with third wife, third wife with Stormy Daniels, and then tried to hide the payments to her under business records. Yes, I am, because I'm not finished, and I need you to stop talking. You're going to have your chance to respond once I'm done. I don't care what you think. So once again, if your line was adultery, you would have never voted for Trump.
You look at both lives. I would rather have Trump saying, "Yeah, my daughter is so beautiful.
Hey, ma'am,
want to have sex with her."
I'll let you continue to ramble. I'll let you continue to ramble. Once you tell me how do you sleep with hundreds of thousands of people?
And we were picking the lesser of two.
Ma'am, how do you sleep with hundreds of thousands of people? Tell me how. Tell me how Kamala Harris slept with hundreds of thousands of people.
She didn't.
She didn't?
I didn't ever say that.
Well, you did. You did, because you said she slept her way into positions. And last I checked, she didn't go sleep with every single person who voted her into 5 elected positions. So I don't know what you're talking about.
She
That sounds
slept her-
impossible.
You don't
It
understand
sounds
the
like you
term
made that
slept
up.
her way to the top.
I very much understand that term and how wrong you are in its application to Kamala
I
Harris.
am so
Because Kamala
right,
Harris
and you
got
guys
voted
will
into those
not
seats. She didn't go
acknowledge
sleeping door to
truth.
door
It's
with every single person
how
who
much
voted
you
for her.
Focus on Trump's past, and then you compare it to
Kamala Harris.
campaign.
Kamala Harris.
That's not even two
Kamala
things.
Harris. Her campaign, again, every single seat that she's held was elected.
That's right. That's
So
right.
she's held
You're
several
correct. You're
campaigns for several offices. She could not have possibly, quote unquote, slept her way to the top because of all
Yes,
the
she
people
did.
that
That's the
voted
thing.
for
You
her.
won't
You fucking
acknowledge
clown.
truth.
There's nothing to
You do
acknowledge because
not
you're just a
want to
goddamn
face
liar
the fact
and
that
you're a
your
fucking
party
sexist, particularly
is so
misogynistic,
ungodly.
misogynor
What about
against
all
black
of
women.
the other
Because you're sitting up
people
here talking to
that
me
are in
about her personal
offices
relationships when that
that
had
are
nothing to do with her
ungodly on the
seat based off of
Democratic Party
unsubstantiated
side?
claims that no one can prove.
Absolutely.
We have the divorce
Willie
records.
Brown
We have the
said it
payment records.
in an interview.
I don't give a shit what
It's
Willie
on
Brown
film.
said. People lie. People lie. People
So-
lie. There's
so
no
the girl
record
that
of
got
anything.
Raped, so the girl that got
May I
raped
ask
by
a question?
Trump
Go ahead.
didn't lie. She's being
May I ask a
proven a
question?
liar.
Hi. Hello. Hi. Another
Hi.
woman here. Hi. Good afternoon. What was your name
He
again?
couldn't handle me. I know. It's okay. He doesn't want
Okay,
to
you
realize
got
the
it.
truth.
I know. He
He
don't
just
want to
wants
talk
to
to
do
a
his
real woman.
talking points
Yeah, I
and try
know.
to
That's
sway
right.
the public to his point of
I know.
view.
Yeah.
Trump is
You
doing
know
a
what?
phenomenal job.
I agree with you on that one. I do. I definitely do. Hector, you couldn't handle her.
Yeah, really
Right.
quickly, I just want to remind everyone that her relationship with Willie Brown had nothing to do with her political career. In fact, it was one of the reasons why
Yes,
it started to
it did.
separate herself
Yes,
from
it did.
said
He
relationship.
introduced her
Because
to
at the
all of the people that she needed to know.
that's fucking
You
networking.
are out of your mind.
That's fucking
I have a-
networking. That's goddamn networking. Go ahead, Erica.
All right. So
It is called
I just
networking,
wanted
but
to
you don't
ask a question.
worry about everybody.
Hi, ma'am. If you would,
I'm
just for
not
a moment,
surprised.
please
I
allow
am
me.
not surprised at all
If you
that this
could, for just
gentleman
a
on
moment,
this channel can't handle truth.
Okay. But if
I'm
you
very happy that Trump is our president, and I'm thrilled that he is trying to
Yes.
find fraud and abuse, fix the border.
But ma'am, how do you
fix the-
engage in a conversation? How do you engage in a conversation if you don't actually like be quiet and allow other people to talk? If you
I do.
You cut out,
The
Erica.
gentleman that I was speaking to, as soon as I brought up Willie Brown, started talking over me.
Ma'am, please. I just want to talk to you, but you won't stop talking. And I
Cool.
also keep
Talk.
turning Siri on, so let's talk, okay? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate you so very much. I appreciate your permission. Now, with that being said, I just wanted to ask you a question, and I'm being very, very serious, right? Why is it that you are okay with judging Kamala Harris, all right, for the two people that she has dated publicly, one being Willie Brown, the other being Montel Williams. What's his name? Montel Williams, right?
Yeah, and correction.
Montel Williams,
Really
the
quick
talk
correction on
show
my part.
host,
I
and
mixed up the
then,
two.
dating.
No, I was just putting out correction.
where
I
was
mixed
the
up the
question
two.
in that?
Go ahead.
I have a delay.
You're good now.
Okay. So why is it that you're okay with judging her for having two public relationships and then a third being her actual husband, yet you don't hold any type of the same energy, the fervor, the same standard for Donald Trump, who has publicly cheated on each of his wives, is known that he did. All right. And then also another thing is that he has been accused by 27 different people, women, girls, and boys, of either sexual harassment, sexual abuse, assault, or rape. Why is it that you're holding some type of moral standard for Kamala but not for Trump?
So in the beginning of
And
the
try to answer
conversation, I'm sorry.
You don't have
Do
to
I get to
recap. You
actually
don't have to
have the
recap. You do
conversation with
actually get
you?
to answer. I'm sorry. I'm trying to set some parameters here because I don't want to lose signal again. So you don't have to recap the conversation. I was here for the
Yes,
entire
I
thing.
do,
I've heard
because the
everything. Actually, no,
conversation
you don't
was the lesser
because
of the
ma'am.
two evils. I
Okay.
never defended Donald Trump's sins because we're all sinners. I never defended that. I just said the gentleman that I was trying to support, that was the caller that I called on because he couldn't do it because he didn't pay attention to the campaign, said he didn't know what Kamala Harris did. I wanted to give the information that I know and have studied about that lady, and we picked the lesser of the two evils. Everyone has sinned. Donald Trump has sinned. I have sinned. And Kamala Harris has
What is
sinned.
the greatest sin?
And
What
you
is
guys
the greatest
said that was
sin?
ungodly on Donald Trump's part, but not ungodly on Kamala Harris's part. So you're
Okay,
the
it was
ones
ungodly on
that are
Kamala Harris's
hypocritical
part.
and
So
trying to
now
make
what?
Kamala Harris be this saint and Donald Trump be this horrible person. He's
Okay.
not.
It was ungodly on Kamala Harris's part. Now what? Now what? How is Kamala Harris actually evil? I just want to know.
If you sleep with a married person and break up a marriage, that's ungodly. It's not
She didn't break
evil.
up a marriage
It's
though.
ungodly.
She didn't break up a
You
marriage
guys
though
were
because of the
talking to a
fact,
gentleman
ma'am,
that
she did
said,
not
I
break up
voted
a
for Donald
marriage
Trump
because they
because
had
I
already
voted for
been
the lesser
separated
of the
for
two
12
evils.
years.
You can't even support your own argument. You don't want me to talk. This is exactly what I said. You guys want to talk and try to make it that I'm not
What did
saying
Erica
the
just say?
correct thing,
What did Erica just
but
say?
I am.
What did Erica just say? You're breaking up, Erica. What did Erica just say?
I don't know because I was talking.
Look at that.
And she was
Look at
talking
that. She was
over
literally
me.
responding to what you said. So I'll go ahead and repeat it for you. You can't break up a marriage when they're already separated for 10 to 12 years. Separated. There was no marriage to
matter.
break up. They
Okay,
were
so in the
separated.
history of the
And
world-
your definitions or structures of how a marriage works, especially in the context of separation, is not everyone else's. Them being separated
That's right.
shows
I
the
agree with
departure,
that. I agree
shows
with
the
you.
departure from the marriage pre-existing before Kamala Harris even entered the playing field. And their inevitable
matter. It
divorce
doesn't matter.
has absolutely nothing
You
to do with
guys
Kamala Harris.
were
What I
saying-
find crazy about this conversation is how we're trying to put all the blame of Kamala Harris's relationship with him and the end of the divorce on her versus the man who would have actually chose to separate from his wife and then choose to engage with Kamala Harris because the man had every fucking right to, as he was separated from his wife. You're sitting here talking about
No,
her.
it
You got no
doesn't.
energy for nothing
A
else.
separation doesn't mean a divorce.
I'm
Do you
sorry.
not
How many
understand
separations
that?
don't end in divorce?
I'm sorry?
How many separations don't end in divorce?
It doesn't matter.
It literally
how
does.
many.
The majority of
It
them.
matters
While you may
the
be still
substance of
officially
what is
married,
called the
separation shows a parting, a disagreement, a distancing of you from your wife. Literally implied in separation. Thank you for the galaxy.
Wow. I have a son going through
Does
this
she know?
right
Does
now.
she know that
He
Willie
is
Brown and his
separated
wife
from
are
his
still legally
wife,
married today?
and they are trying to reconcile.
Does she know that?
You don't bring in another woman into that. Because
But
then
that's on Willie Brown. That's
reconciliation
not
with
on
the
Kamala
wife
Harris.
never happens.
Oh my God, I swear to God, this lady's not listening. Ma'am, Willie Brown and his wife, all right, who have been separated for almost 40 years now, are still separated. They're still separated.
It's actually
they have
more
not
than
divorced.
it's more than 50.
Okay.
They've been separated for
can I
half a
ask you
century.
a
Hey,
serious question?
ma'am, they've
When
been
a
separated
marriage
for
is
a
falling
half
apart,
a century.
you guys-
They're still legally
When a
separated
marriage-
today. Before Kamala Harris
just
even
wanna
knew
talk over
who
me.
I need you to listen, and I need
Because
you to
I'm the one
comprehend.
making sense.
Before Kamala Harris even knew who Willie Brown was,
Okay, so
before Kamala Harris
unbelievable.
even knew who Willie Brown was, he was separated from his wife. So you now putting whatever happened to their marriage, which is not true because
See,
they're
I
not
can do the
divorced,
same thing
is
you
ridiculous.
do, which is what I was
Hey,
doing in the
hey, what did I
beginning of
just
the
say?
call.
What did I just
You
say?
guys
What did I
said
just
the
say?
man-
What did I just say?
He said, I don't care what you just said.
That's what I
honestly,
fucking thought.
because you're
Which is why you
talking
keep responding
nothingness.
to with the
You
same
won't
stupid
let me
shit.
talk. You won't let me make my point.
There's no
and you
point
guys
when your
wanna
points are wrong. I'm
tag team me.
correcting your misinformation. I'm correcting your misinformation. You said
it's not
you said,
misinformation at
hey,
all.
oh, it's not misinformation? Did you not say that Kamala Harris broke up their marriage? Did you not say that?
I did.
Oh, you did. Okay.
And
so
he
how does
did,
Kamala?
and she
Oh, okay,
did.
got you.
And
So how
Willie
does
Brown
Kamala
said
Harris
that.
break up their marriage when he's still legally married to her?
Because they reconciled. Are
They
you
didn't
so
reconcile.
Dumb that you
You
can't
fucking
understand
dolt.
web and
They
flow
didn't
of relationships?
reconcile. They're still separated today. They separated in the 70s. How the fuck did Kamala Harris stop them from reconciling when they were already separated before and afterwards? And they're still legally married today. You said she broke up
Do
their
you
marriage.
think it's
That's a
ungodly
lie.
for a woman to sleep with a married man?
No,
Separated
not
or
when
not?
they're separated for 50 years.
So you don't think it's ungodly to sleep with a married man, separated married man?
Dubs in chat to Stacy for the $5 Venmo. Hearing a woman
Man,
saying
what you
another woman
doing?
slit her throat to the slept her way to the top. Excuse me. Holy shit. Slept her way to the top makes me sick. MAGA
She
women
did.
are gross as fuck. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. But the man who raped his wife pulled her hair and asked the next day if it hurt is godly. Yeah. W's in the chat to you,
didn't say
Jared.
he was ever
W's in the chat
godly.
to Nina for the
See, you guys
$2
are putting
Venmo.
words in my mouth.
Hey, ma'am.
I
Hey, ma'am.
said he was a-
Shut the fuck up. W's in the chat to Nina for the $2 Venmo. Donald Trump was found liable of SA. Kamala Harris was not. I don't know how many times we have to scream this from the rooftops. They don't care. They'll do whatever to support him. That's fine too. I'm just actually sick of the sound of your goddamn voice. You can miss me with that fucking bullshit. W's in the chat to Above Infinity for the $5 super
Her
chat.
voice. Her voice was like worse than nails on a chalkboard. It was like someone was drilling a friggin' like nail through my frontal lobe, and I didn't like it. I'd like rather have a lobotomy. Her voice was annoying as fuck,
Yeah.
and she wouldn't stop screaming.
W's in the chat to Above Infinity for the $5 super chat. Caller, why can't you just say I don't vote for black women? Say the goddamn words or put your white pointy hat on when you call in. Yeah, I just wish they would be more honest about it. Literally. I wish they would be more honest about it. Appreciate your support. I think it's absolutely crazy to hold or to have this moral line, which your moral line being, regardless of if you were separated from your wife 20-something years prior and 20-something years afterwards, you are committing the most egregious sin that leads me to believe that you're a horrible person and none of your policies would in any way, shape, or form not only be good for America, but reflect the godliness you guys fucking profess. And then Trump's infinitely more sexual sins, if you want to consider that one, okay, infinitely more sexual sins would somehow make him the lesser of two evils.
Like Trump paid off an adult film star, right? He paid off an adult film star, which I feel like in their eyes, I can't believe I'm having feelings, but I feel like in the Christians' eyes, the supposed Christians, that would be really, 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 ungodly, right? Like that would be just so ungodly. But yet, some way, somehow, Kamala Harris dating a man who had already been separated for over 12 years is just the worst thing ever. And then they also try to bring up Montel Williams into the whole matter. And people stop calling him Montel Jordan. Montel Jordan and Montel Williams are two very different people. Montel Jordan's a singer, and Montel Williams was a talk show host and a retired naval officer. Like, chill. Okay? One's like maybe 6 feet that, the other one's like 6'8". So come on, people, chill out. They're different. They don't even look alike. They just have the same first name. Anywho, what I was about to say, Montel Williams, all right, was single, by the way. Single, 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 single. What is wrong with dating a single person? I just want to know. What's wrong with two single people dating? I
Literally.
want to know. Ain't that how you like get to know somebody? You date them, and then y'all decide if y'all want to like go to the next step, be committed, and then get married. I want to know. And then there's Doug, her current husband. All right, her one and only husband. Unlike Trump, who got 3 different baby mamas. So there's that part. 3 different baby mamas. Good grief. And then the litany of women that he has darn going been sued by for friggin' sexual harassment, assault, abuse, or rape. What are we doing here? Like, y'all wear y'all hypocrisy on your fucking sleeves, and it's absolutely annoying. Yet, I don't care, because the only reason why I talk to her, Hector, is because I'm on your platform. If it was on mine, I would have bullied the fuck out of her. Oh, fuck that lady. She's a racist. Absolute racist.
You know what? We're, no more religious conversations. But you know what's the stupid thing about these conversations? If we were to sit down and go back and forth and argue morality down to the T, we'd be having conversation about people having marriage out of wedlock, wearing mixed linens, fucking not sacrificing goats for their sins. This shit is fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. They're in the First Amendment, separation of church and state, separation of church and state, separation of church and state. That's it. That's all. But I do like to poke fun at the fact that you guys claim that Trump is having this godly performance, or doing godly things, or doing things that aligns with your godly values, which is a bold-faced fucking lie, and then you want to sit here and nitpick everything Kamala Harris got going on. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, thank you, Ari. I missed this earlier. Thank you for your hand hearts. Thank you so much. Guys, if you click on my name in the top left corner, you're going to see the B4, I think we're in now, B4, B5 gift gallery. If you'd like to clear out any of the great things out there, it helps substantially, so I greatly appreciate it. Please make sure to continue to give Erica while she's up here as well, and take good care of her. Her links are also available in the bio. Double tap the screen. Thank you guys for passing 100,000 likes. Let's get the likes up to 200K and beyond. I think I do have people in the request. Hold on. Yeah, we do have someone in the request. Continue to share out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost and add to your story. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner and send your daily heart me's. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. This woman makes my soul cry. How can you be this incredibly stupid? She's supporting a rapist while crying about a woman with an active sex life. And W's in the chat to Phoenix for sending out the membership. Thank you so much. Congratulations to whatever your name is. I'm sorry, it kind of went away from my screen here. You are now a new DEIA subscriber. Enjoy your perks. Please make sure you check them out. Continue to like the stream over on the YouTube side. Send a super chat or super sticker. I'm going to do a reset. Okay. Lady, did you vote for Trump?
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Mixed linens? Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're not supposed to mix your cotton with your polyester and stuff. Mixed linens, it's a sin and stuff. Yeah. Religion is fun. Let's see. You got 57 likes, all from people who don't work. I'm seeing 99 there. Now 100, so you don't count, clearly. Yikes. Not surprising that Trump supporters are terrible at math. What are we doing? Hector, did you take your ashwagandha today? Yes, I did, but just certain voices can supersede my fucking doses. Like, Jesus. I honestly, I shouldn't allow her to carry on the religious conversation. I don't like to engage in that. But specifically what caught my interest with the last guest is when he said God told him. God spoke to him and told him to vote for Trump the first time in 2016 and the third time in 2024. Could you imagine that? That's literally my problem with religion. There's no necessarily structure around it to where we can look at certain things, or at least from a authoritative standpoint, and say, you're just dead fucking wrong. Anyone can say God spoke to them. In fact, quite a few people throughout history said God spoke to them commit atrocities. The slave Bible was used. God's voice was used to keep niggas in chains, to keep buck breaking them, and to keep raping their women, to keep feeding the children to fucking crocodiles. What are we doing? W's in chat to Stacy for the $1.99 super chat. We all need some ashwagandha after that. I agree.
White narcissism. That's what it's called. Why narcissism? I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling everybody. And also, all right, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I promise, Hector. I'm gonna do the video on triangulation. All right, because there's multiple examples of it in history. I'll talk about it in the video. All right, this is me holding myself accountable, so somebody can ask me, "Where's that video, Erica?" All right, but yes, Lady LaFay, the deflecting that happens. All right, the deflecting, the projection, the labeling, like all of the awful stuff, especially the triangulation, because as long as you're not looking at them and you're focusing on someone else, you'll never get united to actually dismantle this system. So there's that part. Right? That's one of the main things that they use, the triangulation. It's a watermelon in the car, Bubba. Please. Exercise your upper body strength. Sorry, talking to the kid.
Trump supporters request up in the box you with the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, this live is a place for you to come up here and express all the reasons that made you get up off the MAGA plantation. Or if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think he's doing a good job, you think that he's, owning the libs and draining the swamp and saving the money, despite all evidence showing that he is a reckless spender based off the trajectory of 2025 alone, you may request up in the box as well or call the number on screen. I can give you several reasons as to why you're wrong.
Call from to accept. Press.
Bro called in and immediately regretted it. Bro called in and immediately regretted it. Immediately regretted it. Damn, I ain't even say anything yet. How you about to get the call answered and say, never mind? Damn. Y'all can't be this chicken. We cannot have beat all the Trump supporters this early, bro.
Yes. You know what that means, right? Because this isn't my platform. It means I get to sing. Hey, SJ. Drop some hearts in the chat for SJ. See, I sing.
Call from
Tab.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote for him, but I support.
You're a non-voter?
I didn't vote for him, but I support everything he's doing right now. And in the comments,
what's the last election you voted?
A lot of people that are asking me to call in, and I think the host kind of like called me out, so I'm calling in just to see what's up.
What's the last election you voted in?
I've been a lifelong Democrat before Trump's term.
That wasn't my question. What was my question?
Okay, what do you want to know exactly?
What was the last election that you voted in?
Obama.
2008 or 2012?
2012.
So you haven't voted since 2012.
Because I didn't want to vote for Hillary, and I didn't want to vote for Trump in 2016. I didn't want to vote for Biden because he was too old. I didn't want to vote for Trump again when he ran it for a second term, but I see that he's doing quite well with his policies, and that's what I support. I don't support who he is as a person, but I think he's a great businessman, and what he's doing for America, I have not made more money than I made in my felonious life, legally, than with this president that we have right now.
What is your industry?
I'm a contract courier right now.
Contract courier?
Yes, sir.
What kind of contracts? What exactly is your job?
I'm on the residential and commercial, basically partner with Amazon Flex, Mosquito.
Thank you guys for the follows.
I didn't hear you. There was music in the background.
You said you're a contract courier for Amazon and what else?
No, not for Amazon. I'm independent, but the industry is courier. A contract with corporations like Amazon
Nigga, are you
He
a flex
delivers
driver? Like, I
packages.
was like,
Yes, he delivers packages.
Yeah.
okay.
I don't see why he don't understand what I'm saying.
Well, contract courier could allude to a few other things and a few other departments versus you just straight up saying, nigga, I drive for Uber, I do Amazon Flex and DoorDash and shit. Like, you could have just fucking said that.
I mentioned Amazon Flex. I did fucking say that.
Said Amazon, never heard the Flex part. So be it. Okay, cool. So you
Yeah,
are
go back
expect
over
me
your
to
course.
believe that you are
If
making
we're gonna be
more
rude, I'ma
money
definitely
than
be
you
rude
ever
with you,
had.
bro.
I
I'm
don't know
trying to
what I
keep it
said that
real.
was rude. You expect me to believe that you are making more money ever than before
I don't care what
off
you
of these
believe.
apps, right?
I don't care what you believe. I came on here to tell
And
my side.
how has Donald Trump contributed to you making more money on those apps?
What you mean, personally? Or you mean through his policy?
Either or. You said you're making the most money. You made it personal. So
The opportunities are just there.
the
There's no excuse for nobody to be out there making some money. Unless they're just leeching off of taxpayers. I used to be one of those leeches. So I can say that shit. The turnaround is easy as hell, man. Trump has made it easier for us to do it. He came in with his own money. He's not up
Trump
in
has
there
done
trying to.
absolutely nothing to contribute to
I'm
those
not talking
markets.
about his family. I'm talking about Trump.
Sure.
I'm
The,
not
the,
talking about
the
what his
best thing
family
that Donald
doing.
Trump
I'm
has
talking about
done
Trump.
in regard to your industry, specifically with tips, no tax on tips, which expires in 2028, and is what you might call it, only a tax deduction of up to $25,000. That's
A lot
it.
of shit is going to be expiring when
Opportunity
Trump's term
is
ends in
not
28.
something.
What are you talking about?
I'm just telling you what it is, because the tax cuts, the
No,
larger
again,
tax cuts, through the big beautiful bill to the corporations does not expire before that period. So that's why I said that. Anyways, Donald Trump has passed no policy whatsoever to contribute to the opportunities that you're talking about. And by opportunities, you mean Uber Eats, turn on an app, you get an order. Amazon Flex, more deliveries. That's nothing to do with the Trump administration.
What the fuck is you talking about, bro? The opportunity was there for me. Before then, there was no choice because I was a felon. Felons don't have the opportunities. We lose rights and shit.
Donald Trump did not enable your ability to become an Uber driver or a Flex driver.
I didn't even say that. That's just how you.
So then you said, what the fuck am I talking about? I wasn't able to blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about the fact that you said the Trump administration gave you more opportunities to make the most money you ever had in your life. I'm telling you, Trump has not done anything and passed no policy specifically that led to you having more orders to deliver.
Okay, it don't have nothing to do with that.
That's what you said. What do you mean it has nothing to do with that? You said that.
To get the fact that I'm
Did you not say that the Trump administration gave you more opportunities?
Yeah, I'm trying to elaborate on that now.
So then you can't tell me it has nothing to do with that when you said that.
Opportunity as a felon. The fact that this man puts more money in my pockets from doing that work by not taxing the tips.
I had to tell you that. I had to tell you that. Me, I just mentioned that.
To try to clown me, I'm not the one.
I asked you to. Okay, listen to me. You said opportunities. I pointed out how the Trump administration did not give you more orders. I'm the one who mentioned that the best thing that he's done that somewhat helps drivers, is the $25,000 cap, up to $25,000, no tax on tips, which is a deduction.
When I say Trump gave me opportunities, there were policies put in place that gave people like me, a criminal with a criminal history, the opportunity to go out there and do the blue collar shit that I couldn't before I started doing my crime, bro. That's obvious.
Trump did nothing to allow you to sign up for an app and start making money off of driving. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh my God, this man is stuck on Uber and shit. Okay, let me put it like this. In 2019, I put in for my EIN. I'm doing my own independent contract and shit, utilizing platforms like Uber.
Do you think EINs didn't exist before Trump?
Does that make sense?
But the question, what are we doing? The question, sir, is what's the policy?
He's just trying to embarrass me. That's what the conversation is going nowhere because he's just trying to embarrass me.
I'm asking you, sir, what's the policy that Trump put into place?
I I can't give you a specific policy. I can only speak on the entire lifetime of my Democratic votes. Just voting with my family and shit. The Democrats have never. I've never had the opportunities that I've had before Trump got in office. Was my only point.
But you
The
can't. The
specifics that
thing
you want to
is,
know, I would need to have a computer or a phone in front of me, the way y'all do. And I don't
that's
have
the
that.
thing about it.
I don't have
But
specific
oh my
policies.
god, everybody just want to keep. Okay, you're repeating yourself now, and it's okay. I understand you don't have the specific policies. However, the thing what you're saying is that you don't even know what you're actually attributing to Trump. You're just attributing it to him because he was in office.
I'm
It
being
doesn't. I'm
water,
so
baby.
sorry.
I'm being
Stop
water. I'm
interrupting
being
me.
water. If a change
Stop
is happening because
interrupting
there's
me. Can
somebody
people
different
hear
in the
me today,
Oval
Hector?
Office,
Can y'all hear me?
They all
if,
hear
if,
you.
Can
I
y'all,
can
can
hear
y'all
you.
fucking hear me? How the fuck are you interrupting me, bro? Like, stop doing that. I know y'all can
Oh, this
hear
one of
me.
those kind
And
of
then I
topics.
don't even like have to
This
darn go and
why.
get loud with people. But
Bitch,
every
watch
single
who the
fucking
fuck
time
you
I get
talking to
loud,
like
y'all
that.
start
I'm
saying,
from
oh,
Texas,
she's
bitch.
this,
You
she's
ain't
that,
gonna just
blah, blah,
talk to me
blah.
crazy.
But motherfucker, I
Since
was
we
trying to
talking to
talk to
each
you
other
calmly.
crazy,
Shut the
like we
fuck
all
up.
kids up in this
I'm
bitch.
sick and tired of y'all over
Let us
talking
all get some
me.
motherfucking cussing going.
Hey,
Let us
boy,
all get
shut
some
the fuck
motherfucking
up.
cussing
Be
going.
prepared for
Cause I
your
don't give a
fucking mother
fuck
to wear
about
you
this
on a t-shirt.
podcast.
Nigga,
I
you
was
ain't
just
gonna
trolling
do
by and started
shit.
a conversation.
You ain't gonna
And y'all
do
motherfuckers want
shit.
to challenge me
You ain't
because
gonna do
I support some
shit. I'm
policies that y'all
repeating
want some
myself
specifics
like
on.
you.
I
But
don't give a
you
fuck
can't
about
name
what
the
y'all think,
policies,
bro.
dumbass.
The fuck
You
y'all
can't
mean,
name the
man?
policies. If you can't name
Man,
the
I'm
policies,
listening
then
to
how
you.
you gonna say you support his
Look.
policies,
I don't know what's
stupid?
going on y'all side, but I'm talking to two people.
Nigga, how
I
you
ain't
gonna
say I was
say
gonna do
that
shit,
you
dumb
support
bitch.
the
God damn.
policies, but you don't know the
What the
policies?
fuck? I ain't no
You
radio
fucking
warrior. I'm
idiot.
talking shit because
You
y'all
so
talking shit.
dumb. These niggas is stupid.
Talking shit
These
because y'all
are these
talking shit.
barbershop
I have a
niggas, all right, who ain't
3.81 right
never
now,
read a
ma'am.
book a day in their
At almost
lives.
50 years
All
old.
right, that's exactly what
I
it
got
is.
3.81 right now, ma'am, and
That's what
almost
it
50
is.
years old.
I got 3.81.
Not dumb by far. Not
But
dumb
your
by
ass can't name
far.
a policy. You so fucking stupid. Just dumb. Sounds, I'll get
Your
the
mama
cousins.
dumb.
I'll get the
Your
cousins.
mama
I'll get
dumb.
no. Your mama should have swallowed, bitch, or she should have wiped your ass down a drain. Is what she should have did. Talking about some your mama
I'm not
dumb.
even that
Ooh,
mad,
what are
man.
we in
Calm
middle
down.
school?
I only got
Like,
rowdy
chill
because
out,
you got
bro.
rowdy with
Be
me,
more
real talk.
creative with your shit. Be more creative with your shit. Don't be
No,
upset
I already
because I'm
said I
better
can't
at this
name a
than you are.
policy, but I
It's
can look one
okay.
up
Step
real
the
quick.
game up.
I bet I can
Calm
look
your
one up
koofy
real.
down and
Research is
step your
easy.
game up. You got the
Research is
right
easy,
one
and I can
now,
do it on
bitch.
the
You got
spot
the
if you
right
need
one
me
I
now,
to.
have some
bitch.
donations
All
to
right, you want to
read.
be an internet tough guy.
Yeah,
You got the
I
my
right
mama
one
hid me
now.
to keep me
You
from being
internet
aborted.
tough
Thank you
guy.
very much.
Shut
have
the
some
fuck up.
My
donations to
You
mama
ain't
hid
had
me
that
for
read.
same
6 months
energy
to
for
keep me from
Hector,
being
though. I
aborted.
see that
You
much.
must be a
You ain't
fat
had that
bitch.
same energy
Yeah.
for Hector,
You
though.
must
I
be a
see that
fat
much.
bitch.
I see that. I see that.
I
Call
don't
me
need
what you
no
want, bitch.
game.
But
Life
you
is
can't call me
great for
stupid
me.
because your ass is stupid.
Life
You
is
dummy.
life
You dummy bitch. You dummy bitch. Shut the fuck up.
W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $5
Oh,
super
This why I
silly
chat.
ass
stopped being a
nigga.
Democrat,
W's
because
in
this
the
shit is
chat
ridiculous,
to
man. Y'all can't
Phoenix
even
for
have
the
a conversation.
$5 super chat.
You
Oh,
can tell
maybe
you
chat
liberal as
should
hell.
pledge a bounty for Erica's video
I'm
dropping
just
tomorrow.
conservative.
I'll
I was a
start it
lifelong
off.
Democrat. I used to be conservative.
Hang the fuck up for all I fucking care. I'm done with this shit. Maybe chat could pledge a bounty for Erica's video dropping tomorrow. I'll start it off. Hit up her links. Hit up her links, please. Hit up her links, please. Hit up her links. Y'all want to start a bounty to help her remember to make the fucking video? Hit up her links. Send a little 5 with the message. Make that damn video tomorrow. W's in the chat to you, Phoenix. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 super chat. The problem with believing in a book that has been edited and interpreted and still requires you to interpret it is that you can interpret it to support any horrible thing you want. Literally, Wesley. Much love. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $2 super chat. Oh yeah, the crime is legal president. Literally, you guys see that recent interview where he was asked questions about that one guy because the blind trust was owned by his fucking sons or controlled by his sons, and then he was like, well, I think I can talk to them about this. I think I can benefit from the presidency. And the dude was like, not according to I believe it was 18 USC 208. Monica put me onto that just recently. 18 USC 208 says no. President of the United States doesn't even know that himself. W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. Of course they talk to God. Don't you know MAGA has that new burning bush cell phone using the gifts of the spirit calling card? Is that what the Trump phone is? The God phone? It took a minute. Them God phones were late. Them God phones are late. W's in the chat to Christy for the $6 Venmo. On the 4th, did you hear Trump reciting part of the Declaration of Independence? In the part, quote, endowed by their creator, end quote, he changed it to a very deliberate our creator. He's really pushing the Christianity as a national religion. Love your show, Christy. Thank you so much, Christy. I appreciate your support. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. I didn't bother to watch his inauguration speech. I didn't watch the fireworks, nothing. What the fuck was the point? I've gotten to a point now where I used to stream his, thank you guys, I appreciate you. I used to stream this thing, I used to stream that thing, and I used to like talk about all the little stupid shit he says and does. What the hell is the point? Majority of the time, repeating the same shit. So I try to focus on the policy specifically, versus off of what he says, because he says the most egregious shit. But thank you so much for your donation. W's in the chat to Jesse for the $5 Venmo. Sup, bro? I sent this comment to Erica, not realizing I had your Venmo information. Well, please don't apologize for supporting Erica. Keep supporting Erica. I truly believe in my heart of hearts. The previous caller believes that a husband can't grape his wife. Friendly reminder of when marital grape actually was illegal. You guys remember that year? Look it up. W's in the chat to Jesse for the $5 Venmo to get a bit ableist. Sir, don't. What? To Blaga, to quote Cat Williams, he sounds smarter than a dumb motherfucker. The mere fact is he says he supports Trump's policies, but can't name one is crazy work. That part. We're going to get back to that. W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. If caller wants to hassle with a fat B word, then he can take me on. Jesus Christ, Jared. I haven't had my boba and sushi yet, and I'm hangry. Don't talk to Erica like that. 6,000%. Erica can't hold herself, though. Thank you guys for your donations. W's in the chat to Nina for the $1 Venmo. These maggots are so overstimulating and stupid. I almost forgot to pay my rent this month. I hate it here. Ma'am, please go pay your rent. Please go do that.
Nina, go do that now, please. Please, it's the 6th, and Nina, go do that.
Get up out of here. Please go take care of your rent. W's in the chat to Nina. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $20 Venmo. This caller is crying about swearing while swearing. He's crying about being talked over while talking over. He's crying about Democrats while supporting the worst president in America's 250-year history. Much love. That part. Really quick comment before we move on to the next guest. God bless you. I've made more money under the Trump administration than ever because of his policies creating opportunities. What opportunities? I'm able to drive as an Uber nigga. Okay, Uber nigga. Can you tell me how Donald Trump enabled you driving as an Uber nigga? EIN number back in 2019. Nigga, EIN number's been around for the hot minute. Uber and shit's been around for a hot minute. 2014 specifically on Uber Eats. 2010 for Uber driving overall. All those things required EIN numbers to do the shit. What the fuck do you mean Trump did it? What are we doing? Trump made this thing, maybe make more money. I can't cite one thing that helped me make more money. And then has the nerve. That's why you can't let some of this, like, these, when they try to insult your intelligence specifically. That's why you can't let it get to you. Because it will be the most stupid niggas calling you a stupid nigga. Justin, did you vote for Trump?
I did, unfortunately. I think I've actually been on Erica's before. I don't think I've ever had the chance to come up here and talk with you, my man, but I just wanted to, I know you guys are looking for some counters, so I won't take up too much of your time, but I would like to say, man, anyone that says, you ain't really making a difference and you ain't changing shit, they're just either A, ignorant, B, set in their ways, and you're never going to convince them even with facts, or C, they're just not worth your time, because I would say I'm like 95% positive. I've talked to Erica before on hers, and we've had some productive dialogue. And I've been pretty open that I probably wasn't the most informed. And, I know that's not an excuse. That's just the God's honest truth that before the election, I didn't do the kind of research I've done since the election. But, yeah, I mean, she's been able to change my mind on some things. And, other people I've listened to have been able to change my mind on some things. I've listened to some of the stuff you've talked about for the past couple months. And I'm like, man, this dude makes some good points. So, yeah, I guess that's my message to everyone is don't be so ignorant that you're not willing to accept some opposition, or you're not willing to, be adult enough to say, hey, I fucked up.
6,000%. I appreciate you coming up, boss. Appreciate you coming up. Oh, trust me, I don't let Trump supporters tell me what what influence my platform has. Oh,
Parts in the chat for Justin. Sorry, I was washing like rinsing off berries. If you take blackberries and raspberries, after you buy them, you rinse them off, so you clean them, and then you freeze them. It's like having a hard candy. It's really good.
I did hear about that. That sounds delicious.
Freeze them. It's delicious.
Sounds delicious.
I'm trying to stop eating candy. So there's that.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
I know how I get.
It's a very good idea. Guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Please make sure you're also sharing out the live with your friends and family as well. Give it a good repost and add it to your story. We have some finger hearts here. 57 more of those to go. Let's make sure that we're knocking out the goals to get it resetted and continue to boost us out on the FYP. Of course, send your daily heart means upon following me because that also helps the platform as well. Take care of Erica. Take care of Erica while she's here. I would love to see her get up to 3,000 coins, and she's really close to that, and continue to support her also with the links in her bio. Finally, check out the links overall in mine. It's going to be some of the best ways to support the platform. First and foremost, following me on all social medias, such as YouTube that we're doing streaming to right now, and Instagram where I post the same videos that I put up on here. Join the Discord community. We're over 750 members strong. The Discord is free. You may choose to subscribe there if you want to. I prefer it over TikTok, but the Discord is free. A lot of the information that I share up here is posted in there first. We also have movie nights. This week, I'm planning to do Sister Act 1 and 2. We may do it tomorrow and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday. We'll figure it out, depending on you gotta get back to me, Eric, on when your movie night's gonna happen, so we can work.
Because we're watching Star Wars.
And then hers watching Star Wars. What else? Oh, check out my shop where you can see all the things that I'm wearing currently right now. From the Kamala would never make 2 + 2 = 4 again, or 6,000. You can't see that hat, honestly. 6,000% line, all available at hectorshops.com with 2 R's. Erica's shop is available as well at ericaeffect.com, where you can see all the things that you see us wearing on a daily basis. And finally, donating to the platforms or donating to the links in the bio for the Ashwagandha Fund. That's what it's going to be. If you want to support the Ashwagandha Fund, because I clearly need an extra fucking dose, feel free to do so in the links in the bio. If you like what we're doing here, want to say hi to my cute face, ask a question, send a message, please feel free to hit up the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notifications and bells as well. And if you want to support the platform, please feel free to send a super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. And thank you to Phoenix for sending out that membership earlier. Whew! Alrighty. Trump supporters. Trump supporters can actually substantiate some shit. Trump supporters who can speak outside of a place of ignorance, because that has to... Erica, that is one of the most ignorant things I've ever heard in my life. Could you imagine, for example, one of the things you'll hear Trump supporters cite as of late is how much spending took place in 2025. Oh, well, if the economy's not doing so hot, why would so much spending happen? Take a look at what that spending was. We can talk about credit card spending has increased amongst Americans. We can talk about rapid amounts of spending, specifically in corporations investing into AI, which is a large portion of what was fueling our GDP last year. That's the spending that's happening. And then the spending, additional spending that took place because you and I had to foot the bill for Donald Trump's policies, specifically tariffs. Of course, we're going to have more spending because things are more expensive. That's how that works.
Yeah. I think also another thing that we got to take into account is how the buy-in for. So if people are doing the pay-in for things like Klarna and Afterpay and all that jazz, like that has gone up exponentially. Like I think some data shows it's gone up over 30% within 2025. It's increased. I think it's actually more than that. But that's literally, people are putting their groceries on buy-in for plans. Their groceries, y'all. What does that say about our society as a whole, that you have to split your grocery bill in 4? That's scary. You're putting your groceries on fucking layaway, yo.
Erica, the first time I saw that option, I couldn't believe it. I did like a double take. I was
Wicked.
Like, what?
Wicked.
It's insane. That's insane.
Yeah. And I ain't gonna hold you. I'll be vulnerable. What year was it? It was 2022 or 20. It was 2022 or 20. It was 2023. I did that shit in 2023. Someone told me about it. I said, "Oh, let me try," and I had to do it. I had to do it. I'm just trying to tell you, like, what are we doing? And then also another thing, Hector, I think that people got to stop acting like people are saying that things were perfect under the Biden-Harris administration, because that's not the case.
Of course not.
I wouldn't say that. I would say it's never perfect under any administration. I would say, though, once you know more, you have a better understanding when you actually look at the policies in which they put into place. You that's what you have to do, and see how those policies have actually helped people. I don't see how cutting funding to social benefit programs helps people. especially when companies aren't hiring. Donald Trump helped us get to the point to where we now have more unemployed people than we have available jobs, and we haven't had that since prior to the pandemic. So
Wesley has an idea for you. W's in the chat to Wesley for the
What's that?
5. Wesley said, tell Erica to roll the raspberries in salt before freezing them. It makes them so good. That sound good.
And salt. I don't like salt. Bubba likes salt, but I don't like salt.
You ain't never like put salt on your pineapples?
No, I put salt on watermelon before to bring out, like it says, brings out the flavor.
Right.
Right. But I'm not a huge fan of actually like tasting salt. I dropped the popsicle. There we go. Oh, my knees. Oh, when your joints don't work like they used to before. Okay.
Jordan said, I don't like tahini.
I don't like tahini either.
What?
No, I don't. I don't like tahini.
Is it tahini or
Why?
takin? Is it tahini or
It's
takin?
tahini. What the hell kind of? It's a J, bro.
Somebody spelled takin.
It's tahine. It's Tajin or something like that. It's tahine.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Tahini is fire, okay? Specifically on
Why you
mangoes.
say stuff like that?
I love some tahini on mangoes.
I got mango chunks also. Again, I'm trying to eat more fruit and less candy because candy's easier. So if you see me eating a gummy worm, mind your business. All right, I am trying.
I'm not going to lie, Amanda. Peanut butter and watermelon sounds gross. What are we doing?
Why would you do that?
I'm not going to lie, Amanda. What are we... Wait, what am I missing here?
I'm sorry. People be like, don't yuck my yum. So the fuck I will.
Are we putting like... What?
Peanut butter and apples is good.
Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Thank you, Miss Poochie. I appreciate you for the 5. Miss Poochie said, "Cook 'em, girl. Drop the video." Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will. I'm gonna drop the video tomorrow. I'm gonna put it on YouTube and on TikTok. It's just gonna be about triangulation. Oh, also, did you see that like more people showed up to the Ayatollah's funeral than to Trump's America 250?
Sure did.
I know, different circumstances, but still.
I'm legitimately surprised they didn't try to blow it up.
That part.
If that doesn't,
That's
I
really
thought it
very
was gross
surprising.
until I tried it. All right, I guess I won't knock it till I try it.
Watermelon and peanut butter?
I won't knock it
I'm
till I
sorry,
try it.
my brain won't let me do it.
That's how it be sometimes. Your brain just goes, what?
Nah, I can't do it. Can't do it, y'all. But
Trump's-
anywho, I gotta put a chicken in the oven, so I'm gonna let you go. But thank you, Hectors. Ain't know what y'all call yourself, Hectors?
We call him Hectivus now.
Hectivus? Okay. Hectors, it was so nice being here. Thank you very, very much. I apologize for the crack. Thank you, Unamused Monica, for the train. Woo, woo. I'm gonna ride that train.
W moniker.
And ride it. Choo, choo. But thank you. Appreciate you, friend. I'm gonna go and put a chicken in the oven and hope for the best. And I shall see you all later. Bye.
Make sure you guys are following Erica if you're not following her already, which most of you should be. But make sure you guys hit that follow button on the way out. You should be live soon, right? Damn. Alrighty. W's in the chat to Kristen, $55 PayPal, to your cute face. Hi. Thank you so much, Kristen. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Trump supporters request up in the box. You, the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen. 737, live soon, yes? Okay. 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express all the reasons that you decided enough was enough. And there's quite a few goddamn reasons. Quite a few reasons. Thank you guys for the follows. Or if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, you believe that 2 + 2 does not equal 4, you believe that the 2020 festival was stolen from Donald J. Trump, you believe that the Keystone Pipeline affected gas prices, and you can request up in the box as well or call the number on screen, and I'll give you several reasons as to why you're wrong. I'm not going to lie, the Keystone Pipeline one kills me every time. That one kills me every time because there's people who legitimately think that like impacted gas prices under the Biden administration. It's the funniest thing ever to me. It's the funniest thing ever to me. Someone said it was stolen. Sure. Maybe you're able. It's my favorite. Maybe you'll be able to tell me how. Maybe you'll be able to give me some evidence because the Trump administration themselves wasn't able to. You guys remember when I pulled up that article? What was it, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Let me find it again. Let me find it again. I'm going to bring this up day in and day out now because I think it's the funniest thing. I think it's the funniest thing. Let me see if I can find it. July the 3rd. I'm trying to find his claim. The specific date of the claim. And all right, swift dance. Efforts. So Kash Patel, this was, I believe, end of May. I want to say it was end of May. Kash Patel came out and made a claim and said by the end of the week, proof that the 2020 festival was stolen was going to come out. He said very soon. I'm going to find the exact date for you before I carry on. That's what he said. 2020 election stolen soon. And since then, he said fuck all. He said fuck all since. Bah! April the 20th. April the 20th. We're going to be coming up on 2 months. I'm going to read his claim here specifically. Every time the word election comes up, I'm going to say festival because TikTok is sensitive when we talk about this, okay? This is his statement that he made on April the 20th. We have the information that backs President Trump's claim, Kash Patel said, and that, of course, would make his boss very happy as a stolen festival is an enduring theme for the president, blah, 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 blah. I can't get ahead of the Department of Justice and the president, but President Trump speaks truthfully when he says that. Stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Okay? What's that date? April the 20th. And we were expected to get results by the end of that week. By the end of that week, that's what he said. I'm trying to get the... Where's my calendar? Where's my calendar at, bro? Hold on. Thank you. Jesus. I'm not used to using my Android. That was a Monday. That's what I thought. That was a Monday. Monday, April 20th, when he said this. Nothing came after that. Nothing. It has now been over 2 months. No evidence has came from this department substantiating that claim. They're still lying about it. Kind of like that healthcare plan that he talked about, right? She's coming in 2 weeks. It's coming in 2 weeks. It's coming in 2 weeks. It's coming in 2 weeks. I have concepts of a plan. I'm just going to gut the current plan, present no new plan, call it Trump RX. Insane. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $2 super chat. I really want to debate you, but I agree with you. Debate me on what? Peanut butter watermelon? What do you want to debate me on, Wesley? What do you want to debate me on, Wesley? W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Red for the $1 Venmo. My thing is peanut butter toast with a slice of cheddar cheese on top, melted of course, and then peanut on a cheeseburger is really good too. When you say peanut on a cheeseburger, you mean just taking some straight up Planters and sprinkling it into a fucking cheeseburger? Interesting. Peanut butter toast with a slice of cheddar cheese? I'm not a cheese person. I'm not a cheese person like that. Peanut butter on a sandwich? So I've seen that. I've actually seen that in some restaurants, like peanut butter on burgers. I'm not gonna say that it's bad. I will say, so personally, I'm not a big peanut butter fan, unless it's like sometimes a dark chocolate peanut butter kind of combo with a granola or some candy bar or some shit like that. But I'm not the biggest fan of like just straight peanut butter like that. Almond butter, cashew butter, pine nut butter. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Those are superior butters to me than peanut butter. So I much rather, go to that. Apple butter is good. Apple butter is pretty good. Yeah, freeze sliced bananas and then dip them in peanut butter. Oh, W's in chat to Wesley for the $2. He said anything. It sounds like fun to debate you. Stop lying, Wesley. Stop lying, Wesley. Wesley, I want to make something super clear. I want to make something super duper clear. And I just said this yesterday when Erica was co-hosting with us. People don't like speaking to me. I understand why. I wouldn't like speaking to me. Because if I was a Trump supporter and I believe easily Googleable first page shit that you can use to debunk the things that I believe for 30, 40, 50, 60 years, or let's specifically talk about the 10 years since Donald Trump has been on the political scene, I wouldn't want to talk to me either. I do not play about misinformation. I especially don't play about disinformation. There's a large portion of Trump supporters who know exactly what they're saying is dead wrong, and they'll keep saying it. For example, Andrew Wilson's been making his rounds. Those of you already know, I went back and forth with him. He uploaded his video. I get his cronies in the live all the time saying that he cooked me. It's the funniest shit ever, right? He went as far as to go debate another mutual. You guys know Joey. You guys know Joey, right? Did you guys know that he debated Joey? You know what this man said with his full chest on Joey's live? This man said on Joey's live with his full fucking chest that S4361, the Langford bill, the reason why Trump voted against it was because of the Israel funding and the Ukraine funding. He said that with his full chest. Anyone who understands the formation of that bill knows that that section was taken out the final draft, which is why I always specifically cite S4361. And those separate sections were bipartisanly passed by Congress. Republicans and Democrats. They voted for it. Didn't have a problem with it. So people saying, oh, we didn't vote for it because all the money they were throwing to the other countries, that's a bullshit argument if they had no problem with it separately. If you were able to vote for border security, if you were able to vote for Israel's defense and aid and all this other shit separately, why wouldn't you vote for the same thing with additional border security in the package that was worked on and sponsored by James Langford, one of the most conservative motherfuckers in Congress? Right? Right? But yeah, he literally said that with his full chest. He said that's one of the reasons why. And then I forgot the other thing that he said. Joey has the video up on his profile. Go watch Joey's video. Go watch Joey's video. But I just laughed my ass off because you guys know me. I don't play about S4361. I read the actual bill. I know the provisions. These people don't know what they're talking about most of the time. But here comes that man, the crucible, Andrew Wilson, on a platform lying his ass off, and he thinks just because he says it in a fast way or he uses big words that it's going to trip people up. No, it doesn't. But these are the people who they gravitate to. Those are the people that they like because he says things that validates what they feel. He knows he's dead wrong. He knows he's dead wrong. And that's exactly why he ran from Erica. Erica came up here. What did he do? Oh, I'm not debating a woman, blah, blah, blah. How fucking embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. I still have to do a response video to that. On one hand, I don't want to. Because why? Who cares? Andrew Wilson is a degenerate piece of shit. I don't give a fuck about the guy. But at the same time, I just think it's hysterical, the things that they say about it. So I don't know. We'll see. I may get something out by the end of the week. W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. Elvis Burger. Guys, listen to this. Jared, I'm about to judge the fuck out of you, Jared. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. Elvis Burger with fried bananas, bacon, and peanut butter. Or peanut butter, bacon jam, and jalapenos in a cheeseburger. Listen, man, I'm a lib, okay? I'm a lefty, all right? So I try to reduce my judgments for the important things, you know? I try to reserve my judgment for bigotry. I try to reserve my judgment for hatefulness. I try to reserve my judgment for, racism and those things and bad policies. I try to reserve my judgment for that. I'm going to give Jared a little bit of that judgment, just a tiny bit. Jared, you couldn't pay me enough to eat that fucking burger. You couldn't pay me enough to eat this fucking burger. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cockroaches wouldn't eat it is crazy. That's fucking insane. You couldn't pay me enough to eat this burger, Jared. I appreciate you, though. W's in the chat to Justin for the $5 Venmo. Just realized I didn't get a chance to tell you what changed my mind about why I voted for him. Any chance I could come back up? Sure, yeah, you actually didn't explain that. Are you in the request? Are you in the request? No one's in the request. Yeah, you can come back up if you want to explain that, because I didn't actually get to asking you why. W's in the chat to W's in the chat to Shauna for the $2 Venmo. I'm about to quit this community over their food choices. Jana, don't persecute me because of them. Forgive them. They know not what they do. They know not what they eat. Okay, y'all about to have me lose one of my mods because y'all are weird. Oh shit! Nah, y'all good, bro. I imagine there's things that I like that people think are gross. One of the big things are coconut water. I'm a staunch, like, I love me some coconut water, bro. I'm a coconut water skank, bro. I love me some coconut water. Coconut water's fire. I even like to add a ginger shot to my coconut water. Even better. And there's a lot of people who keep saying coconut water tastes like dirty water, it tastes like this, it tastes like that. So there's that. Some people don't fuck with it. It is what it is. You love the way it tastes? If so, what brand? My favorite coconut water, my two favorite coconut waters, the only ones I really buy, is Harmless Harvest. That's the pink one, the pink coconut water. Harmless Harvest, always with pulp. And then the Vita Coco pressed, or now they renamed it to extra coconut water. Those are the best. Those are the best coconut waters on the market. Vita Coco! I'm telling you. Do you guys know that banana curries with peanuts are an actual thing? I know, I've heard of it. I just think it's weird. Oh, welcome back, man. Would you like to tell the people what exactly made you regret your vote?
Yeah, so I guess it started with the J6 because I think to me that was a big eye opener about, and again, like I said, not trying to use it as an excuse, but it's just the reality of it. I didn't realize how much of it just a general disregard for the Constitution that he probably has always had. I think that was probably my first exposure to, like, if we can do this, when does it stop, right? Like, where do you draw the line? And I think progressively, it's just there's been more and more and more instances and examples of why he doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution. And then myself,
come right back up. I know the live is glitching. Come right back up. It does that sometimes. Come right back up, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix this glitch. It happens randomly when people come up or people drop down. I don't know why. It's let's see if that fixes it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Anyways, yeah, and then myself, I am vet, so I'm. It's funny. People think that all vets have to be like pro war, right? Like they think that just goes hand in hand with you serve. So that you view that as a necessary or a heroic act or a thing of valor, and
God bless you.
That couldn't be further from the truth. Most guys that I served with were actually very anti-war. That's not the purpose of the military. We're not there to just be one giant, at their discretion, go fight in another country and unalive, to be honest, a lot of the times innocent people. I mean, yes, we all know there's been times in this country's history that it's been necessary. But for me, I'm very opposed to war as a whole. So I voted based on the premise that I bought the lie that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine thing. And I did buy the belief that we wouldn't end up in any more foreign wars under him. So I know in the grand scheme of everything he's done, that sounds maybe a little foolish or maybe a little not so important. But yeah, that would be a big reason to me is I don't think we have any business going and unaliving innocent people for the sake of pretending to be the good guys. Because to be quite honest, we're not the good guys in any of these conflicts.
And quite frankly, we consistently keep trying to cover it up. I want to talk about J6 some more because I think that helped a lot of people, but it is insane to me how many folks still defend it. Because those of you who do not know this, because I get surprises every time I say it, I was MAGA between that time period. I just didn't vote, but I believed in all the nonsense. And I remember looking at what took place on the Capitol, even though I still had some like conservative leaning feelings. I just remember looking at that and that going, this is ridiculous. And of course, even in my mind, I was going, okay, well, radical people do radical things, right? That doesn't mean that the Trump administration encouraged it. He fucking did. You lied about the festival for months on end to gaslight people into feeling like their country was literally being stolen. But then came my first documentary, my first J6 documentary. I think it was 4 hours at the Capitol. And it goes through the footage. It goes through the timeline of those first 4 hours. When you see all the damage that was being done. And the first big thing was, okay, where's the National Guard? Where's the National Guard? So then comes the rebuttals of, oh, Donald Trump offered Nancy Pelosi 10,000 National Guard members and she turned it down. Never happened. She wouldn't have the ability to do that, first and foremost. In the investigative reports that we had afterwards, the hearings, there was the line that came forward true where a guy suggested, Trump suggested 10,000, but it was never an order. And then that never got to the right people. That much we do know. That much is confirmed. But, yeah, there was the fact that the president of the United States can't call in the National Guard to stop this. Interesting. Super interesting. Then came the fact that we had the report specifically from his daughter and other people that he just sat comfy and watched it all go down up until his daughter begged him to say something. And then he finally told them to go home. Ooh, interesting. Then came Donald Trump afterwards defending the actions of many of these people, saying that he was going to pardon them and literally referencing it as a day of love. Very different from what we call, let's say, black folks and others protesting against racial injustice in the United States. They were thugs. They were bad genes, all these different things. But those guys were patriots. Fast forward on, which by this, I didn't need any more after this point, I'm just adding on. Came the 1,600 pardons. Came the attempted creation of a $1.8 billion fund to pay off these domestic terrorists that were pardoned. Then came him continuing to defend them, and this includes, and I have the names of them on my phone right here, people who touched kids, had CSAM, beat their wives, robbed, stole, even went as far as murdered other individuals. Crazy stuff. And then, when he was inaugurated, what did Donald Trump immediately do in D.C. to clean it up? You guys help me out. What did Donald Trump do immediately upon getting in D.C. to clean up the area? What did he do?
Well, I can tell you as somebody who lives 40 minutes, I live 40 minutes west of it in Northern Virginia. And yeah, it's funny. They're still there today. They're still in all the metro stations today. I mean, I have a friend who went to the festival, whatever, this past weekend and was sending pictures of, oh my God, look at them. Look at all of them still in the metro station. So to your point, and I think me and you got lost pretty much for a lot of the same ideologies and basically about the same point. Look, I'm never going to say Pence was the greatest human being in the world or had all the right policies or anything like that. But I think what was a big eye opener to me too was they loved him. And all of a sudden, the day he decided to say, no, I'm a constitutionalist and I'm going to stand up for the Constitution. All of a sudden, he was the worst VP in history. He's a traitor to the country. They should hang him in the street. They should do all these things. And I think to me, that was like, well, why? The dude's pledging loyalty to the country, not to one man. Right. So, I mean, I think to your point, you and I had very kind of similar breaking points of like where I got off the ship and I was like, I can't do this because it's just reached pure lunacy at this point. And you really can't defend it. And, it's funny. Then he goes and endears himself with a guy like GD now, who it's funny that is, he was a never Trumper and he said Trump was, America's who and all this stuff. But it's just like now they love that guy. So I'm like, the idiocy between a guy who actually defended his oath to the country is a bad guy, but now a guy who's willing to sell out every bit of the morals that he claims he once had, now that's a good guy?
Exactly. I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much for coming back up here and share your story.
I appreciate you, man. Like I said, I've picked up some useful information from you. I've picked up some, different perspectives. So I appreciate it, man. And I think you do a lot of good to give some people some opposition and teach some truth. So keep it up.
I do my best. Appreciate you. Back to what he was saying and to respond to y'all's comments and my question that I posed at the end of my statement. He immediately called the National Guard, and they have been there since. And I have to point this out. Like, put your fucking hatred, put everything aside, Trump supporters, for 2 seconds and listen to me. The Trump administration tried to gaslight you into believing that Donald Trump had no authority whatsoever to stop the damage that was done, to call in the National Guard early enough to stop those people from getting into the Capitol and then contributing to the millions of damage that was done. And then I argue that the killing of Ashley Babbitt. Right? Trump administration tried to tell you he couldn't do that. That was Nancy Pelosi's job. Okay? Second term, snap of a finger. I can't actually snap my fingers, that's why. Snap of a finger. Calls the National Guard. Ask yourself, what's the difference between then and 2025? Ask yourself, what's the difference between then and 2025? W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 super chat. There is a restaurant near me that serves a sandwich that is turkey, bacon, blackberry jam, and banana peppers. I wasn't sure about it at first, but now it's my favorite sandwich. Blackberry jam is good. I've had like blackberry jam, raspberry jam, chipotle jam, like on a sandwich. And the jam is not, it's not like, you don't have to think about it like a super sweet jam. But it's really delicious on burgers, sandwiches, whatever else. I can testify to that personally. W's in the chat to you, Wesley. W's in the chat to Jesse for the $5 Venmo. I watched a few Andrew Wilson debates. He does not know policy at all. He could only debate moral or societal issues. Yeah, that's why he often gets off of like women. And then now he's touting around immigration. Trying to anyways. When you get him narrowed down on facts and policy, I believe you. And Joey did multiple times. He runs. Yeah. He didn't run from me. I just perma-blocked him. One thing about me and my platform, I never want this to be a show where I go back and forth with the same bigots. Never. There's a whole reason why I have a permaban option. I don't like the same people coming around almost daily arguing the same shit. I think that's harmful. And that's not a knock to any creator who does that. I understand the reasons and everything else. And I do think it's important to have an open platform to where even if it's the same person is saying the same shit, you have a new audience that could be watching, a new person who needs to hear the information. I understand all of that. I personally refuse. I hate it. I hate going back and forth with the same people. Makes no fucking sense. W's in the chat to Kaylee for the $1 Venmo. Chat naming foods that'll make your stomach sound like boots in a dryer. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, Kaylee. I promise you it's not that bad. Some of that shit sounded pretty bad, I'm not going to lie. But hey, to each their own. What you eat, don't make me shit. And you guys know the rest. Alrighty then. Let's do this restart. We may do a restart, actually. But I want to give it a second. First and foremost, we've been live for 2.5 hours and we just hit 200,000 likes. I'm going to need to see that engagement engaging. A few ways you can do so. Thank you so much, Grand Robertos, for sending your daily heartbeat. If you haven't sent your daily heartbeat, please make sure that you do that. Also, hit that follow button in the top left corner. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. Don't worry about the shares. We may do a restart. But let's knock out the roses here. We have 89 more of those to go. Continue to double tap that screen. I would love to see us get up to 300,000 likes. And I think we could do so within the next 15-20 minutes. 15-20 minutes. How about that? Those of you on the YouTube side, please make sure you hit the like button on the stream, subscribe and turn on notification bells. And of course, please make sure you're checking out my links in the bio or the link in the description of the live stream for the other ways to support. Of course, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, or direct donations. But also, please make sure you're following all the social medias. On all the social medias. Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We're going to work on live streaming to Instagram soon. I just have to get a new computer. And we may do Twitch. Maybe. I'll look into Twitch. I'm not sure. Sauce, did you vote for Trump?
Hey, what's up, man? I did. In 24.
And do you regret your vote?
No. He's done kind of what I voted for.
Fascinating.
So it wasn't bad.
You passed 1K in your fan club? Yay! Took long enough. WC y'all. See, that's why that helps. It helps to send your heart me's because you become a fan club member, you get access to a couple cool stickers. Keep doing all that. And Kick streaming? Kick, the app. Wait, not Kick. Did I say Kick? I meant Twitch. Oh, you're talking about the app Kick. I don't know about Kick. I'll figure that out. Sorry, back to you. You said he's doing everything that that you voted for. What is one of the things you voted for him to do?
Like on a federal level, I voted for the federal income taxes.
You voted for federal income taxes.
Yeah. I like the TCJA that he did, and I understood that it was going to sundown in 25. So I thought out of those two candidates, who would be the best one to extend it or make it permanent?
Lower federal income taxes?
Yeah. Under HR 1, the federal income brackets became permanent.
You just said income taxes. So.
Yeah, federal income taxes. What affects you every day of your life. I think that's what people should focus on, federal issues, when you vote federally.
Again, you said you voted for federal income taxes. That is not indicative of
Correct.
what specifically. So that's why I added on lower. You wanted lower federal income taxes. Okay, great, fantastic. So the Trump administration, the TCJA, I believe that passed in 2018, did double the standard deduction on your taxes. And then he literally this time around ran off of extending those standard deductions, expanding those tax cuts, while also implementing an additional tax through his trade war, one that went worse than his first term and quite literally was an additional imposed tax on American goods. So the money that you think you saved with the Tax Cuts and Job Act is now being spent because of his actions on the economy. So I don't see how that's a good thing. Yeah, he did the thing that he said he was going to do, or extended the thing he said he was going to extend, while also negating its impact by making your prices go up.
Well, I mean, me personally, I get a COLA every year to fight all that inflation and everything like that. In my profession,
you get a what?
A cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
It's a COLA. Yeah, every year we get them. It's usually like 4% to fight inflation. So me personally, and for my family, we're doing fairly well under it.
Okay. So
I think everybody's got a different perspective, yeah.
And the Trump administration would then be harming other individuals. Not to mention, I don't think that's still a flex that your dollar has less value than it did at the end of Biden's term.
The dollar's pretty stable. The U.S. dollar is the most stable currency there.
Yeah,
that's why there's hundreds of other currencies based off of it.
Instability. I said that it has less value than it did at the end of Biden's term, due to Donald Trump's policies, specifically surrounding inflation.
Well, usually if something isn't volatile and it's stable, you're not really losing value.
Also,
That's
I'm sorry.
kind of the point.
So when you buy, what do you mean? What?
Yeah, if something's not as volatile and something's is not fluctuating, you don't really lose the value of it. It stays the same pretty much. I mean, look at the chart of the dollar. People trade the dollar, man. It hasn't dropped anything. Go to TradingView and go look at the value of the dollar. You can see, buddy. Pretty simple.
Do you know what the nominal wage increase has been?
Yeah, if you look up the production and non-supervisory wage increases, you can see it's been the highest under Trump's both terms.
Can you tell me what nominal wages was by June?
Yeah.
What the increase has been?
I think it's like 28 right now or something like that.
28?
Yeah.
24 or something. 28 what?
USD.
3.6%.
Yeah, it's usually a 4% increase over 4 years.
What has inflation been since the same time period?
Inflation is usually right now, it's at like around 3.5, 4, something like that.
Right now is 4.2%.
Yeah.
So if you understand real wages and the fact that inflation was 3.0% at the end of Biden's term and fluctuated between 3.1 getting to a record low of 2.4 under Biden's term, specifically over 2024, and then you saw those nominal wages increase, then you can't say that your dollar has more power than it did at the end of his term because inflation is higher.
What about the beginning of his term? How valuable was the dollar then?
How valuable was the dollar then?
Then?
Well, at the beginning of Joe Biden's term, inflation was super low based off the end of Trump's term, and then it started to increase. But I don't know why you're bringing up 2021 and 2022.
Well, what happened after the American Rescue Plan?
The American Rescue Plan, alongside spending in the two stimulus packages that were passed during the pandemic, could have contributed to inflation rising. Yeah.
Huge inflation because it was non-allocated money.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah,
mean
it was inflation
non-allocated
we've never
money?
seen before in like 4 decades.
Yeah, that was not all directly due to that plan. And then again, if you're
Yeah, it
to
was
sit here and
100%.
say that the American Rescue Plan contributed substantially to the high of 9.1% that we saw in June of 2022, then you would also have to talk about the negative effects, negative effects of the 2 stimulus packages that were passed under Trump.
What did Larry Summers say about the American Rescue Plan?
I don't know. I don't care.
Do you know who Larry Summers is?
What is the relevance of Larry Summers in his position?
Larry Summers is literally Obama's economic advisor, and he sat under the Clintons, so he's well known. He's one of the top economists.
I don't know what that has.
And he
to do
stated
with
that
what
this
I just
American
said.
Rescue Plan of trying to overstimulate an already stimulated economy through $4 trillion is going to bring generational inflation. That's what we saw.
Overstimulate? What do you mean
we already
overstimulate?
stimulated the economy with $4 trillion.
We were still in the pandemic.
Yes, but the economy was already bought out and bailed out with $4 trillion.
Yeah.
Did you forget that first
I'm
package?
aware of that, but the pandemic wasn't over.
So then when you
Hence why
try
we
to
passed
do it
the third.
again with non-allocated funds, it causes generational inflation, was what we saw.
What do you mean non-allocated funds? Congress passed the bill. What do you mean non-allocated?
Yeah, that was non-allocated.
What do you mean non-allocated?
So in a fiat currency, what do you have to have in order to allocate some sort of funding to fiscal spending?
Fiat currency. I'm talking about how Congress authorized it.
We're in fiat currency, yes, but what do you have to have in order to allocate fiscal spending?
You tell
What does
me.
that have to be backed by?
You tell me.
I'm not going to be your teacher here.
Okay. So it was very much allocated and approved of by Congress. I don't know why else you're trying to get.
Yes,
fiat
anything can be
currency
approved
into
by
details.
currency, but it has to be backed
Yeah.
by something in order for fiscal spending.
Okay.
And you clearly don't know what it is.
What were the 2 stimulus packages before then backed by?
There was
What were the 2 stimulus packages before then backed by?
Minting.
Minting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The fact that you don't know that is kind of sad, man. That's why it's non-allocated funds that weren't backed by anything. Okay. And you can literally go read Larry Summers' second explanation on it. It's pretty simple.
Got you.
Well, that's fine, but yeah, man, I think everybody should, if you're going to vote on a federal issue in a federal election, you need to think about federal issues.
I don't know why you keep saying that, because obviously
that's the whole point of the federal election.
The whole point of why people vote on federal policy that would benefit their lives.
No, people voted on the contrary because they were brainwashed into it by media.
People did not vote on federal issues, especially one of the federal issues that Kamala Harris campaigned off of was specifically
they were all regurgitated RFK and Trump policies.
Abortion rights, because Roe v. Wade left it up to the states. But that's a super interesting point that you
made.
I'm
because
curious
your
here.
10th Amendment.
Hold on. Under.
Because of your 10th Amendment. That's why that went back to the power of the people.
Boom, 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 boom. So I need your source.
Of what?
On the stimulus packages under Trump being backed by Mint versus the American Rescue Plan.
Oh, I don't have a computer, so.
What do you mean you don't have a computer?
I don't have a computer in front of me.
You're literally on a supercomputer, your smartphone.
You want me to go look up something for you?
I want you to substantiate your claim.
This is basic financial knowledge, dude.
Basic financial knowledge, sure. Basic financial knowledge that cannot be substantiated by anything that you're saying.
Because you just probably typed in something in Google of a mint. It's called minting of the Federal Reserve.
What I typed in specifically was the difference between the American Rescue Plan and then the Trump 2 stimulus packages according to Mint. So I want you to substantiate what you're saying.
So type in Donald Trump's $4 trillion or whatever, the $4 trillion stimulus package that was minted by the federal government, of the Federal Reserve.
My guy,
it's pretty simple.
I asked you to substantiate your claim. That's what I need you to do.
Bro, I'm not going to go back and forth and have to go open up tabs and do all this shit.
So you're not
you literally have a computer right in front of your face.
Yeah, and I literally looked it up here.
You're not even typing in the right thing. You just typed in what's the difference between Biden and Trump's plan.
Yeah, because you said one, you said two were backed by Mint, and then the American Rescue Plan Was
It's
not.
not backed by mint.
That's what you literally said.
The Federal Reserve has to mint something specifically in order to back those funds.
I'm sorry. Did he not just say backed by mint?
No, minting.
Mint? No. Oh my God. Ting it. We're talking about the same thing. That was literally what you said. So what are we doing?
This is sad, man. Hold on.
Sure. Go ahead and substantiate it. I love it when you guys say things and then you get frustrated at the shit that you say when I throw it back in your face. W's in the chat to Jesse for the $2 Venmo. Jesse said, Hector, can you slide over to the left a little bit? I need to get at sauce. What? What? Jesse, I'm confused. What do you mean? Slide to what? Under the OBBB, due to that tax policy you're talking about, I'm on pace to pay nearly $50,000 in taxes this year alone. Fuck Donald Trump. W's in chat to you. W's in the chat to Angie for the $2 Venmo. News says McConnell passed. No, he didn't. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold
How do I make my screen bigger?
Yeah. It says he's hospitalized. Was this just put out on X? Because I don't see any article that's put out specifically. Was this X? Hold on. X may have posted it first. Give me a second. I'll look on there.
Look up the $1 trillion coin. There you go. That'll help you.
This is people like Laura Loomer saying, high-level source close to the White House tells me Mitch McConnell is officially brain dead. He's not coming back. Yeah. There's some outlets on X that are saying that. So he's always been brain dead. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. Anyway, back to you. You were supposed to tell me the difference between the two stimulus packages passed under Trump.
Coin. Yeah.
Look up the $1 trillion coin. I asked you to give me information on the stimulus package. You're talking about the $1 trillion.
It will show you what I'm exactly talking about.
Okay. What does that have to do with the stimulus packages?
That is the minting of the Federal Reserve and the backing of allocation, dude.
Okay.
And what the American Rescue Plan did not do.
Any of that. I didn't ask you how any of that works. I asked you to show me how one was minting, or that was backed by minting, and the other wasn't. You're explaining the process of minting, and I need you just to get down to the very specific thing that you're talking about.
I don't know, man. I think you lack a lot of education or intelligence.
You can keep saying that, or you can just literally substantiate your claim on how one was treated differently through minting than the other one.
Okay, so
you telling me to look up the process of minting does not substantiate how one was minted over the other.
One was backed by minting, and then we can look up the American Rescue Plan and see that one was not.
Again. You're literally saying
there's no way
you're literally saying looking up minting is going to substantiate how one was backed by minting and the other one doesn't.
$1 trillion coin is
your motherfucking self again,
dude. I don't know why I waste my time with you simpletons, man.
Literally just asking for a source. That's it.
Yes,
a source.
Look up the $1 million coin, okay? And it's going to show you how the Federal Reserve minted a coin in order to back the allocation. And then once you're done with that, we can look up the American Rescue Plan and see that one was not. Are you that incompetent that you can't comprehend this? It's fucking sad, dude. Take care, man. It's fucking simpleton shit.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
This is actually not very far off from what Andrew Wilson did, where he said, "Do you understand how this works?" Yeah. And he's like, okay, then this is how undocumented migrant labor reduces wages for Americans. This is how Walmart is paying less money to people who benefit from SNAP. This literally said Walmart pays you less because these companies get tax breaks and then they pay you less based off of you being a subsidized American. And I was like, that's not how that works. How does that work? Oh, well, if you understand how it works, I don't need to explain it to you. I'm like, well, you're the one who made the claim that this thing leads to this thing. Can you make the correlation? And he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm the most educated person on minting and all these different things. But if you're going to say something and you yourself can't even prove it, and then based off of everything that I'm looking up here, it's not being substantiated, then what the fuck else do you want me to do? If another Trump supporter would like to call in and explain to me how one was backed by minting, two was backed by minting, and then the third wasn't, sure, let's do it. Be prepared to substantiate it and don't cry. Joe, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret your vote?
Oh, I just wanted to say the dude was trying to have you look up what the $1 trillion coin
Are you
was.
here to
It seems
substantiate?
like
Are
didn't
you
even
here to
really try look
substantiate?
it up
Are
at
you
all.
here to substantiate that the American Rescue Plan was not backed by minting, where the 2 stimulus packages under the Trump administration were?
I'm here asking you why you were unable to look up.
So
the
you're
$1 trillion
not.
coin.
So you're
It was a
not.
very
So you're
simple thing to
not.
look
So
up.
you're not up here to substantiate his claim.
Is there a reason you were not able to look it up?
I literally did look it up, which is exactly why I
No, you
asked him to
didn't.
give me a source. I literally did. I
You
have all
didn't
this
look it up,
information here
sir.
for you. I looked it up and I showed him that that's not what he was saying and it wasn't reflecting what was there.
You
And I
didn't
argued
look
with
it
him
up.
to give
Did
me
you
a
look up the
specific
$1 trillion
source. I
coin
argued with
being
him to give me a specific source that showed that one wasn't backed, the other 2 were, and then he kept crying. And you're doing the same thing. Congratulations,
I'm
backup
asking you,
buddy.
Did you look
Now
up
you're
anything
crying.
about a trillionaire coin being backed up?
I
being used for the
literally
back-
have it right here.
What?
I literally have it up on the screen. So I
Have
now
what
need
up?
you. What did you just
Have-
say?
Well, you know, acting like a teenage girl isn't really proving anything right now.
You
Have what
said
up on
I
screen?
didn't look up the $1 trillion coin. I have it
And?
literally right here. He said,
And
look
he
up the
just made
$1 trillion
the concept of a
coin,
$1 trillion
and then
coin
show
that
it.
just was made up out of thin
No
air
one
then, or
said that
what?
he just made it up, my guy. He was supposed to make the
Oh, he just made
correlation
it up. Okay.
between the $1 trillion coin and minting of the 2 stimulus packages passed under Trump, and then the final one under Biden. That
So
he
he
could
just
not
made it
do.
up? That's your
That
contention?
what the fuck?
That's
What did
your
I just say?
contention. He just made
What did
up
I just
that
say?
the- that
What did I
the
just say?
one was backed
What did
up
I
by
just
the
say?
$1 trillion
What did I just
coin?
say?
That's
What did I just say?
That's what you're saying.
What did I just
That's
say?
like your argument.
What did I just say?
That he made it up.
No, I
Is that
didn't.
your
That's
argument?
literally not what I said, you dumb fuck. I never said he made it up. Looks like you have a comprehension problem. Fuck off.
Looks like.
Call from.
Calling on the line, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Do you regret your vote?
No.
Why is that?
Well, are we talking right now? Are you the guy?
No, I'm a ghost.
Hello?
Ooh. Stop voting for pedophiles. Ooh.
No, I mean, do you want to have a intelligent conversation about this? Because I got a few points.
You have yet to answer my question. Do you regret your vote?
Oh, sorry. No, I said no.
Why?
Why don't I regret my vote?
Yeah.
Because I think all of Donald Trump's losses are actually wins disguised as losses. He's playing a 4-dimensional chess game with everybody.
Oh.
Yeah. So I think he's up there with the best presidents of all time.
Tell me a loss that's actually a win under the Trump
Top 3
administration.
Sure. Okay, well, all of them. What?
No. Okay, if there's all of them, that means you can name one. Tell me a loss that's actually a win since Donald Trump was inaugurated in January 2025.
Okay. Let's see. The incursion with Iran. Right now, for example.
Cool. I ask you
So
to tell me
everyone is blaming
how
him
it's
for
a
getting
win.
mixed up in this whole. Oh yeah, I'm about to. So everyone is basically looking at him as kind of the fool in this whole situation. But what's actually going on is he's using the situation in Iran as a smokescreen to promote his under agenda, an undercurrent of agenda. And he's basically, it's a very clever smokescreen tactic to disguise what he's actually doing. So when people say what he's doing in Iran is not good, he's putting the...
What is he using the war in Iran to distract Americans from doing? Oh my God. I don't know why you guys can't answer simple fucking questions. Wow. How with this smokescreen in Iran, what is it covering up for? What is it disguising? Can you get specific?
I don't like your tone.
I don't give a fuck what you like. Can you get specific?
I thought we were going to have an intelligent conversation.
Nothing I said was unintelligent. I've just been asking questions, and you've been extremely vague this entire time.
I mean, what you said isn't unintelligent, but your tone is very emotional.
I don't know what emotion has to do with a lack of intelligence. I can scream and cry a truth at you, and that's that. Hey, my guy. Hey, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Donald fucking Trump was convicted of 34 counts of business fraud. That emotion that you just heard there didn't change the factual statement that I made. So please understand me when I say I don't give a fuck how you feel about my emotions. I'm asking you a very specific question. Tell me how the war in Iran is a distraction, and what it's a distraction, more so, what is a distraction from?
Well, okay. Well, let's move on to something else because you can't handle this one. So the fact...
You stupid Why the fuck would you bring that up? Why the fuck would you bring that up? Why the fuck would you bring that up? Shut. Why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that up? Why? You made a claim. You made a claim. I'm asking you to substantiate your claim. Let's move on to something else. The fuck? Answer the fucking question, my guy, or you another dumbass. What is the answer to the question that I asked? How is the war in Iran a distraction? What is it a distraction from?
Are you going to be okay?
W's in the chat to Jesse for the $2 Venmo. Slide over to the left. Slide over to the or your left. I gotta get at / holla at, aka my comment is meant just for sauce. Oh, I don't know what you.
God bless you.
I don't know. Thank you, Gucci, for knocking out the Leon the Kittens. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's in the chat to Gucci? W's in the chat to Gucci. And W's in the chat. Man, thank you so much, Wesley, for all your love and support. W's in the chat to the One Mighty Pen for the $5 super chat. Yes, do Twitch. I'd be your first sub there too. Bot 8475. W's, thank you so much. I appreciate you. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 super chat. Not this white child trying to tone police Hector. He's calling you an angry black man. God, I hate people who share my pigmentation when they act like uppity white boys. Much love. I don't know why this guy's calling back. I'm not dealing with y'all, bro. I'm not dealing with you guys when you can't answer simple questions. Dude came up here and made a whole claim. 6 DHS, 4 DHS, whatever the fuck he said. All the DHSs, okay? He's doing this, but it's actually meant because it's a smokescreen from this. What is that thing? What is that thing? What is that thing? What is that thing? You're getting emotional, bro. Let's just talk about something else. And y'all wonder why I crashed out. Gosh, man. Yeah, he did say that. He said all of Trump's losses are wins. Because the losses mean he's winning over here. Okay. Cool. How?
Call from
Dan Cooper.
Calling on the line, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you regret your vote?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
Well, there was no other choice. I mean, the left hates everything. Hates white people, hates America, open borders, trans this, trans that. I mean, the list just doesn't stop.
Yeah, so anyways, there was a whole nother choice, so I don't really care about all that rambling that you're doing there. Can you tell me what Donald Trump has done since taking the Oval Office in January of 2025 that warrants your continued support?
Close the border for one.
How did Donald Trump close the border?
Stop illegal immigration by the millions.
How did Donald Trump close the border?
Enforce the laws. Stop the illegal immigration. Stop the illegal immigration. Do you understand that?
Donald Trump did not stop illegal immigration here in the United States.
He did. Just because you lie doesn't mean you're right.
No. How do you tell? How do you know that no undocumented migrants entering the United States under the Trump administration?
Well, there might be a handful, but it's not by the millions.
Okay. Got you. How do you know it's a handful versus millions?
What kind of asinine questions are these, man?
It's a very simple question.
You're trying to provoke? You are. That's all you're trying to do.
Extremely simple question.
You're not even having an intelligent conversation. You're just trying to annoy and provoke.
How am I trying to annoy and provoke by asking simple questions?
Like something galactically obvious about
galactically obvious?
the millions of illegals crossing over into America.
Yeah, Donald Trump couldn't have possibly have stopped millions of people entering the country illegally because Donald Trump quite literally would have no way to tell how many people are coming in here illegally. Same way we didn't know under Biden. The best we had was estimates. Either way, we had laws on the books, which no administration really changed. Trump administration kind of did with executive orders that enforced the law. You came here first time, financial offense up to 6 months prison. Second time, felony. So on and so forth. None of those laws changed.
Just extreme leftists using the
that's USC 1325. USC 1325 is not a leftist law. That's United States law.
No, it's just leftists not enforcing the law or enforce.
How is Biden not enforcing immigration law?
Nobody here believes your bullshit.
How was Biden not enforcing immigration law?
Nobody here believes what you're saying. There might
How
be
was Biden not enforcing immigration law?
Stopping illegal immigration.
Biden did not encourage illegal immigration into the United States.
Did. Yes, he did. By allowing them to cross over.
What did Biden do to allow them to cross over?
Did not enforce the law. Did not allow
Joe Biden's 3 million deportations, first year alone, Trump has not been able to compete with said deportation record, would imply the fact that he still was enforcing the law. The caps that he set on the southern border, specifically over the summer of 2024 to 2,500 encounters, would imply that he was enforcing the law. The time before then, because of pandemic fallout and record amount of migrants coming over and the asylum claims that we processed at record speeds, where 80-something% of them were denied, would go as far as to show that he was enforcing immigration law. You can't substantiate your claim, which is why you won't shut the fuck up and keep saying your typical degenerate, inbred, dunce talking points. And he ran.
Why are you running?
Okay, just make sure I didn't miss anything. Got it. I'm over idiots today, bro. I disagree. I believe he did. Tell everyone the border's open. Come on in, pretty much. Cool. I sent you an invite. Send me that quote. Come up here and show me that quote, please. Come up here and show me that quote where Biden said, "Come on in. Come on in. The water's warm. Come on in. We have free healthcare. Come on in. We're going to put you on Snap. Show me the quote, please. I've been asking for a year and a half. Show me the quote, please. I've been asking for it for a year and a half. Goodness gracious. If I was to go by the Republican definition of a quote-unquote open border, when the caravans were coming to the United States in 2018, did Donald Trump have an open border? When there was an increase in encounters at the southern border compared to the Obama administration, did Donald Trump have an open border? When he declared an emergency at the southern border, 2 years into his administration, I believe it was February of 2019, was it an open border then? Going down your logic of open border, bunch of people come to the border means it's open. Say the same thing about Donald Trump. Say the same thing about the national encounter rate for the last 3 months of 2025 being more than all 9 months of 2025. Say the same thing. Keep the same energy. You guys don't know what a quote-unquote open border means. Basically the fact that the border's always been open. People can cross freely. People who work, people who claim asylum, immigration agents, so on and so forth. Closed would mean nobody. Obviously, that's not a thing we can do or would do or should do. The fuck are we doing? The fuck? Guys, 632 of you in here. We are at the 3-hour mark and we're not at 300,000 likes. And I don't like it. I would greatly appreciate it if you guys would double tap that screen and show the algorithm that you want to be here. Double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up to 300K and beyond. What are we doing? We are not North Korea. Yeah, they love North Korea though. Deb is in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. Hector, don't you know that Joe Biden left the light on and said he'll always have room for you? But then Trump turned the light off. That's how we stopped the immigration. Yep. Guys. I seen it on Twitter. There's a big fat key. It's a big fat key. And Biden picked up that big fat key and Biden went straight down to the border. And there's a big door. Those of you who never seen it before. There's a big door and has a big little lock on it. Big little lock. On the lock, it says transgender for everyone. So he went to the big lock at the southern border that said transgender for everyone and he unlocked it. He put it in there and he just went choop, and then big door open. And the door opened and all the criminals out on the outside of it with their hundreds of thousands of pounds of all those different substances I can't name or TikTok would flag me. They said, thank you, Biden. I'm about to make generational wealth selling all this stuff to poor communities. And Biden said, you're welcome, my guy. And then they flooded the country and they went straight to Hunter Biden. They said, Hunter Biden, you want some of this? Hunter Biden said, I want all of this. And then Hunter Biden then grew into a massive tree, like one of those, what do you call them? What do you call the trees? The redwood trees in California. And he grew to the big redwood tree and he sprinkled it into the country. That's correct.
Call from
Joe.
Hey, Joe, hold this block. But yeah, he sprinkled it everywhere. And when it came trickling down, people got a sniff of it. And when the people got a sniff of it, it turned them gay. That's correct. There's a special strand of the booger sugar. And that brand of the booger sugar made you gay. If you did not know that. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you how I know. So one day, I was watching Man of Steel, okay? I was watching Man of Steel in an outside theater. This was in 2022, okay? And I got a whiff of something. In my nose. And the whole time I'm watching Man of Steel, I'm like, hey, man, Henry Cavill is a good Superman. He wasn't given the best writing material, but he's a good Superman. And then I got a whiff of that booger sugar, like, oh. And then when I looked back at the screen, I started looking at Henry Cavill's print. True story. The second I got a whiff of that booger sugar, I went straight down to Henry Cavill's print in that suit. And I said, God damn, that's a big old dinky. I want to see what that tastes like. I swear to God. mind me, y'all. I'm just coping. I'm coping with this god awful life. Fucking A. You know what? Y'all sitting here fucking laughing, and this is clearly funny to some of us. Let's keep it a $1.50, okay? The shit that we hear Trump supporters stand on and believe on a daily basis, is it really that far off from everything I just said? Is it really that far off from anything I just said? These motherfuckers, let's talk about this. The gay agenda. I've been asking for a year and a half. What the fuck is the gay agenda? Who is the leader of this gay agenda movement? What is their goal? Can't get any answers. These people believe that there's a fucking secret society of LGBTQ people who are trying to make the world more gay. They believe that. They truly believe that. They believe there's some gay incentive out there. How the fuck do you what do you do with that? What do you do with that? They're trying to turn our kids gay. What benefit is it to turn a child gay? What benefit?
God bless you.
What benefit? Thank you, Blue Canary, for the hat and mustaches. I appreciate you. What fucking benefit is there? Why would gay people want to turn kids gay versus accepting the fact that kids are gay? By the way, I spoke to Abraham Lincoln the other day, and he said Trump is doing a great job. I can corroborate his story. But yeah, they legitimately believe this. These folks believe that there's a classroom somewhere in the United States, not somewhere, a blue state, Las Vegas, Minneapolis, what's that other place they pick at? Seattle. They believe there's a classroom in one of these cities where there's a teacher coming out, and the teacher is looking at 5-year-olds dead in their face. Welcome to school, guys. Let's talk about all the different ways your pee-pee can touch that kid's pee-pee and how it makes you feel. These fuckers believe this shit is happening. And I'm supposed to sit here and engage with you fuckers as if you're sane, as if you have any ounce of intelligence left, as if you can reason or rationalize AI from reality, falsehoods from truths. What the fuck, bro? These people are nuts. People are fucking nuts. Big W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat to Jenny. Thank you so much, Jenny, for the $30 Venmo. My partner said all these MAGAs have brain damage from the heat and fumes at Trump's fair over the weekend. Jenny, as much as I would love to give that credit, that doesn't explain the last 10 years, okay? It can't be then. There's a few other events that would have to correlate, right, to make it worse and worse. What took place in 2016? What took place in 2016 when he came down that golden escalator and said all the things that he said? What happened then? What fucking pandemic made so many people gaslight themselves into believing that Trump was the man for the job? What was it? I want to know. What made these folks ignore in 2020? The reports that showed that Donald Trump, the man who wants to talk about fraud and all this different shit, wasn't paying taxes. Wasn't paying his taxes. Billionaire wasn't paying his taxes.
From Jesse.
Jesse on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes,
How old are you?
I'm 45.
Do you regret your vote?
On some things, yes. On a lot of things, no.
Okay.
But I do have a comment on what you were just saying. No, you can't make a child gay, but children are very influenceable. There are many studies on that. So to keep shoving stuff in a child's face, it's going to influence their choices and direction. Also, you can look at the education system just by that alone. I mean, there is not AI or falsity that there were drag queens going and reading books to children. That it's not a fallacy that these books about all this, genders, the gay, the anything that's not supposed to be in school.
Can you give me an example?
Because school is not for sex.
Can you
School
give
is
me an
for learning.
Can you give me an example of the gay agenda being pushed onto children?
No, I didn't say it was being pushed on. I said that they are very influential.
You literally
can
said
influence them.
shove down their throat or put in their faces earlier. That was the comment that you made.
Well, there is the drag queens reading too, but not everyone in the school agreed to that.
Okay.
That's why you had many families arguing the point.
So those were
Because it's not
optional.
school's position. I'm sorry, what?
Those were optional. Many of them not even held at schools, but more so after school programs. You had the ability to opt out of said program. Also, drag is just people who dress flamboyantly. So that's no different from what you would see in Halloween.
Okay. Earlier today, I was in your chat, and I said, why are so many people continuing to create discourse instead of trying to be part of a solution and trying to work things out? And your mods attacked me, and they say rude things and go power hungry on people on there. But if you say anything to disagree, they attack you.
Okay. That was a monumental pivot from the conversation. You said that you felt like gay shit was being forced down chits' throats or put in their faces consistently. I asked you to give me an example. You said drag queen story hour. People can
Do you
opt
not
into
think that
that.
there are some females out there that are influence their children to become transgender or something else
I
just
am
for the attention of
6,000% sure that there are parents out there of any sex or gender that are influencing their children to be who they are and feel how they feel. That is correct. There are parents out there
have you
who
ever heard of
say,
Munchausen by
regardless
proxy?
if you're gay, regardless if you're trans, I will always love you. Though are those parents, yes.
No. I'm talking about parents that just want the attention now that is garnered by children having that, being that.
Attention that is garnered. Are you unaware of the negative effects of children or the negative experiences of minors who are LGBTQ? The excessive bullying that they go through, the home
Every child
issues
gets-
specifically.
A lot of people get bullied.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here arguing that kids don't get bullied. I'm talking about being bullied specifically because of their attraction, specifically because of how they feel. Where LGBTQ people specifically have a likelihood of being more bullied and a likelihood of that contributing to significant mental health issues, even going as far as schmuicide. You know, you can pick up what I'm putting down there. I don't know why any possible person would encourage that kind of attention on their child. That's not what it's
Because
about.
that's not
It's about them
all
living their
what it-
truth, regardless of what other people think. Actually,
Okay,
never
I
mind. I
have
hate
an
that statement.
example.
I hate that statement. Live their truth. Living who they feel. There's no such thing as their truth. It's the truth. Anyway, go ahead.
Have you ever seen a show? It was on a little while back. It was about a girl named Jazz.
No.
It was on TLC, and she was transgender.
I'm unaware of it.
Okay. She came out and openly said it was her mom's influence that drove her into that and made her stay in that. This story is among LGBT community if you actually look into it.
Sure, I can do that.
There are many stories.
No problem.
of
I'll look
that
at that in a second. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. Telling children that gay and trans people exist isn't shoving it in their faces. Also, we teach sex in school. Duh. Yes. And there is sex appropriate education, specifically about consent and people touching you. That can start very early, but that's not about the actual engagement or activity of sex, because that should only happen between adults. Y'all's teenagers are wild, though. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. Would you... I hate you. I hate you, Jared. Would you do it to Henry Cavill to save your mom? Be like the Tootsie Pop owl. 1 lick, 2 lick, 3 licks to the center. Jared, I should block you for this. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. Please ask this lady if you can make a kid a serial killer. I think we all know the answer to that question. Okay, W's in the chat to you.
That guy's an idiot.
Guys, best way to support the platform is hitting up the links in the bio. Feel free to donate to me if you like what I'm doing here or attempting to do here, or to ask for on the fun. Super chat, super sticker over on the YouTube side, or the link in the description of the live stream. What is the name of the lady that you mentioned?
Hello? I'm sorry, what?
What is the name of the transgender person that you mentioned that you said their mother made them trans or whatever?
She influenced them and pushed them towards the surgery. It was called I Am Jazz or something of that sort.
I Am Jazz. TLC.
It was on a TLC channel, I believe.
Jazz Jennings, an LGBTQ activist, YouTube personality. Show documents her life, early transition, family support as she navigated adolescence, gender for affirmation surgeries, public advocacy. So let's do this. Jazz Jennings saying her mother. Trans. She considered credited her mother and her entire family providing unconditional love and support. My story is valid. My identity is real. Direct quote. She knew she was a girl from a very early age. When I first knew I was transgender, she wrote her story in Time magazine, May 31st, 2016.
I think that's when the show was actually on.
Back and forth, which little version. They start to talk. She's something like toddler.
May I make one other statement real quick?
Sure.
On the thing about the sex in the school, there was a lot of graphic material brought in about how to do certain moves, about all kinds of stuff that shouldn't be even talked about amongst that age group that were being brought in.
Okay.
Like literally how to orally pleasure a male. You know what I mean? Like.
What?
God bless you.
What did you say?
There was a book. There are books that were pushed into the schools with very graphic sexual content in them.
Oh wait, I know the story. That was a library. That was a school library. The book had a rating of kids between the ages of 14 and 16. That was the starting ages. It actually slipped through the cracks, which means all the books were not checked before being put on the thing. Not that was any part of the school curriculum. Literally in the book itself, it shows the age to where that was appropriate for a child to be reading, or teenager, adolescent to be reading, and it should have never been in that library to begin with. That wasn't the school's curriculum. So it's just a oopsies. It happens sometimes. A lot of people donate books to schools. That person who put it up on the shelf didn't read it or even check the cover. Incompetence. That's all that was. That wasn't backed by the school.
Okay.
So when Jazz Jennings was 2 years old, and every single time her parents called her good boy and she corrected them and said, no, good girl, how did her parents make her do that? Also, to correct your direct quote, no, she never said that or contributed her mother to making them gay or, trans. What they said was that their mother and their parents were just always supporting of it and welcomed in the choices that they made. That's what they said.
Okay, then I saw something else. I can concede where I'm wrong. But I do think that children are very, they're sponges. They absorb.
You're correct.
They're very influential.
Yeah.
You can see with a lot of children that watch Bluey, they're all talking in Australian accents. You know what I mean? So to say that children of that age aren't impressionable at all,
no one
would
denied
be wrong.
Children being impressionable at a young age. What I am denying is this belief that we can make someone attracted to a different person because they may see it somewhere. No amount of men kissing, and I saw quite a few of it on TV when I was young. No amount of watching two men kiss made me want to bend them over and have my way with them. I found that shit to be gross. I'm not saying gay people are gross. I'm saying I'm a heterosexual dude. I don't find that shit, no, gross.
Yeah, right.
I'm straight.
Yeah.
So
Right.
this belief now that kids can be turned or shifted to be sexually attracted to a whole nother group of people, or the same group of people, same sex, same gender, is crazy. It's just not a thing.
About Munchausen by proxy, where they are made to believe that they are sick and the child doesn't even know for years?
Do I know about what now?
Munchausen by proxy, where parents literally make their children believe that they're sick, take them for tests, put them through torture, all because the parent said, and the child believes them at that point.
Okay. So that would be drastically
parents can
different
influence
from
children to act, and they can, to say your parents have no influence on you is kind of ridiculous to say.
those aren't this. No one said that. Again, your example also doesn't correlate to what you're saying about LGBTQ children, because one was be parental programming and brainwashing to believe that they're sick, which would imply a force, a consistent and persistent a line of rhetoric and attitudes and training to make that child believe that they're sick, versus LGBTQ parents or straight parents who even send their kids to LGBTQ friendly areas, just being in open spaces where it's there, where it's public, where it's normal. That's two different things. One is just existence. The other is like a concerted effort to change that child's sex, to change that child's sexuality.
Okay, and you don't think that that's ever happened?
I would argue if it ever happened to happen, then odd. That is not the average LGBTQ's child's experience. That is not the goal of the average parent, LGBTQ or otherwise. Debbie's in the chat to Devin for the $2 super chat. Jazz's mom said Jazz inspired the mom. That tracks. I was still reading up on the article here of the story and the interview specifically with the mom.
That I was wrong on that.
Dubs in the chat to Kieran for the $2 PayPal. In my abstinence-only sex ed at school, when I asked, do we have to do that, end quote, the teacher said, when you are married, your husband will want it and you will have to. It's normal to not want to. But as people saying gay people exist, that's the problem. Okay, your teacher is a piece of shit. Or your old teacher is a piece of shit, Kieran. I'm sorry you have to go through that. W's in the chat to you. Guys, best way to support the platform, links in the bio. Okay. Have you ever looked at a woman and thought about doing things to them? As a kid, specifically, that's what we're talking about. As a kid, have you ever looked at another girl and thought about doing anything to them, or had romantic feelings about them?
No, I loved my friends, but
yeah,
at that age, I didn't know what sexually attracted was.
Well,
and that's what I'm saying.
Attraction isn't inherently sexual. Attraction could just be you're just attracted to that person.
No minor.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
to me, that shouldn't be on a minor's mind.
Yeah, the chat's also pointing out it took you a hot minute to answer that question. So that's your business. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, who cares if a grown woman has ever thought another grown woman was pretty? Who cares?
That's why I corrected it to children. So you as a little girl never looked at another little girl and thought, "Ooh, she's cute." Outside of just or adoration. Adoration. You know what I'm trying to say. Sense. You never thought of another little girl in that way. Never happened at all. Same as me. I never looked at a boy.
I raise up women, and yes, if I see a woman anywhere, if they have a nice outfit on or anything, I compliment women all the time because I think it's important to.
Yeah, so that's different from a romantic or sexual or any other
I'm not
kind
trying
of attraction.
but
so that never happened to you. It certainly never happened to me. I never looked at old Billy down the street and said, "Oh, Billy's cute. I think about giving him cheek kisses." Never happened. Never happened. Because you can't choose who you're attracted to. That's not something that happens at all. You can expand that. A couple years ago, I was not attracted to short-haired women, and now short-haired women are baddies. But even then, that's just expanding my attraction to different aspects of who I'm attracted to, but that never changed my attraction for the gender. The same way LGBTQ kids just like who they like. And there's absolutely nothing that anyone can do to stop that. And if you as a parent, or if anyone who is a parent has a child who happens to be at school and sees an LGBTQ kid of the same gender and have an attraction to that person, that's just your child's attraction. It doesn't have to make sense to you or I, because you or I aren't gay. You're not lesbian. I'm not gay. It is never going to make sense to me. It doesn't have to. I'm not the demographic it has to make sense to. It only has to make sense to the person who has the attraction to the same gender.
And how many genders are there?
Well, gender is fluid. We can say that there's only two sexes, but it expands on genders, and even then two sexes, intersex would technically be. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation.
At birth, how are you identified?
How am I identified?
Mm-hmm.
I am identified as a man. I was born male and identify as a man.
Okay. And I was born female. I identify as a female. So there's two. What can the next one be?
What can the next one be? It can be
Yeah, what's the next
non-binary,
one?
people who don't go with either.
But that's a made-up non-binary. What are they, a computer?
It's people who do not identify with any of the aspects of gender
But
on the
when on
male
your
side,
on your
men's
birth
side, or the
certificate
women's
and
side.
your death certificate, it's going to say male or female.
Sure. Sex isn't gender. There's a
What is
correlation historically, but there's not
Yes,
a
because it
direct
says
causation.
gender marked M or F, sex M or F.
Yeah. Sex isn't gender. Can you tell me the difference between sex and gender?
I just asked you that. I said, what is gender then?
Okay. Gender is social. What we perceive to be associated with femininity, masculinity, womanhood, manhood, strength obviously is often associated with men. Softness, supportive figures are often supported with women, so on and so forth. The reason why it's a social construct, and I give this example all the time. I know, Maddie. I give this all the time. If a man takes his child to a park and that child falls over, scrapes his knee, and starts crying, in that moment, that man would need to be the supportive figure for his child. In that moment, he needs to nurture that child. But that's a trait that we often associate with motherhood, with women, when the fact of the matter is, to raise a well-rounded child, both parents need to have every single trait that we often associate with men. If a woman is at home with her kid who's acting the fuck out, being a badass little kid, and that woman needs to put her foot down, look that kid in the eye and say, I'm not playing with you, get your shit together. Try not to use a language that is sternness or strength or a show of force, something that we often associate with men, but it obviously would need to be something that the woman can do as well. All the things that we often, the social...
You're speaking of gender roles.
Yeah, gender roles that we associate with gender, which we literally created.
Even
Yes.
gender roles are male and female, as you just stated.
No.
Yeah, you came from a view of a man and then as a female.
You missed the point of what I was trying to make there. I gave you what we associated with men and what we associate with women, and the fact that ultimately none of that shit makes sense, because there's a time and place where women need to be stern and men need to be soft. There's a time and place where men need to show their emotions and women may have to hide it. All these things are just emotions, or just feelings that everyone has, and that's just who we are. And we created what is associated, or what makes manhood and womanhood. Not so much the roles, but that correlates.
Okay, I thank you for proving my point.
I don't know what point you thought I proved.
You're still talking about male and female. I asked you what gender is, and you said that there's more than male and female, but you keep on breaking it down to male and female. But it's
No, I literally, and she hung up. I literally opened up with the difference between sex and gender, and then proceeded to speak on gender. Your brain literally would not allow you to separate the two. Your brain has that correlation causation. That's a you problem, ma'am. I went over the definitions. I went over the differences. I'm not gonna lie. As a regular, degular factory dude, I say factory meaning I was born male. I identify as a man. I'm a regular, degular dude, universally accepted by society. That's what I mean by factory, okay? It kills me how much I have to go back and forth with Trump supporters about shit that does not affect me. How much I have to speak on behalf of communities I can't fucking relate to. I mean, I do it unapologetically. Love my LGBTQ friends. Happy Pride July. I don't give a fuck. It's still Pride to me. Pride every goddamn month as far as I'm concerned for that community. But why do we care so much? Why do you, as a cis person, as a straight person, why do you care so much about this? Why is it so hard for people to just why is it so hard for people to step out of themselves and go into someone else's shoes? Why? You know, when I was able to understand the LGBTQ experience, when I just went, oh my God. So that's literally what I did. I asked myself, could I make myself attracted to men? And I'm going to tell you guys this story, which someone's going to clip this and take it out of context. I don't care. I'll tell you guys this story. So those of you who don't know, I was a big transphobe literally up until 2024. I didn't really care so much about gay people, but like transphobia was still a thing that was like, it's ingrained in here. Some of you, I guess, kind of noticed it the first couple of months when I started debating. While I understood the plight, I still struggled with people's pronouns until I figured the fuck out. Shit's not hard. And there was a movie that came out. It was a movie starring Zendaya. It was a movie starring Zendaya. And I forgot the name of the movie. You guys know what I'm talking about. Zendaya was in the movie with the two tennis guys. It was a tennis movie. And there was like two tennis guys that she was basically fucking with both of them. And it showed their competition. What's the name of that movie? Hold on. What's the name of that movie? Challengers. Thank you so much. Challengers. I appreciate that. Challengers. That was the name of the movie. So I went to theaters to watch that movie for whatever fucking reason. Actually, I think I did that with someone. Did I do that with someone? I don't remember. I went to theaters to watch that movie. And up until that point in my life, I still turned away from gay scenes. Right? Now I could get through a gay scene, but even then it's like I'm watching two people I'm not attracted to kiss. Like the fuck? But I turned away from those scenes. So as part of my deconstruction, I decided I'm going to sit through this kissing scene. And if you know anything about the movie, I'm not going to spoil it necessarily, but if you know anything about the movie, there's this one scene where there's this very long session. Okay? Well, this technically is a spoiler. Fuck! I'm sorry. I kind of spoiled it. I'm so sorry. There's this one scene where two men go at it for some time. Okay? This is one scene. And I decided I'm going to make myself go the entire scene. I'm going to watch the entire scene. I'm not going to close my eye. I'm not going to turn. I'm going to watch it. Okay? And that was my test to myself. Because then, and I love my community, but I don't agree with this. There's a lot of people who say, oh, how do you know unless you try? You don't have to fucking try. I don't have to try dick to know I don't like dick. Okay? It is what it is. But anyway, so I'm watching the scene. I'm watching the scene in the theater. And we're going. And they're going. And I'm watching it. And I'm looking, I'm like trying to feel for reaction or anything. I'm trying to see if my brain likes it. How does it feel? Okay? Nothing. I didn't like it. Nothing happened down there. No extra blood started circulating. My nerves didn't, nothing. There are people who watched that movie and whatever in the past, and they started to feel all kinds of things. I can't fucking relate to that. I can't change that. Why is it so hard for people to understand that there are other folks who are born differently than you? Because not everyone's the fucking same. We can accept it when it comes to all kinds of things in life. We know people are different, except when it comes to attraction. Everyone throws it out the window because of that goddamn book. It's got fucking Holy Bible. Everyone throws that shit out the window in those scenes. Makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be sitting here watching kissing scenes between men through and through going forward. I'm not going to be doing that. But it helped me a lot to understand that A, it's a normal thing. It's a normal goddamn thing. Two people attracted to each other, showing love for each other, affection for each other, lust for each other. It's fucking normal. Okay? That's the first thing. Secondly, if it ain't you, don't fucking worry about it. If it ain't you, don't fucking worry about it. Why is that so hard? I hate how selfish people are, how just closed-minded they are. And just because it's not for you doesn't make it invalid. Because you don't believe something to exist, because you don't believe something is possible, doesn't change the fact that it is. Case in point, you stupid motherfuckers who still think there's a corner or end of the earth that you can go to because the nigga's flat. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. I don't know how to pronounce this. Munchausen. Hold on. Zen. Pronunciation.
Munchausen.
Oh, I did get it. Oh, shit. I did get it. Munchausen disease is rare, and it isn't programming. It's the consistent poisoning of the child to literally make them sick. Wesley, I had no idea that was a thing. I didn't even hear about that shit until today. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. I didn't know it was a disease. Hold, please. This syndrome, often officially known as a fictitious disorder imposed on self, is a severe mental health condition where a person intentionally feigns, exaggerates, or creates physical or psychological symptoms in themselves. Unlike malingering, it is not done for external reward. If there is there anyone really quickly, because I'm not a fucking medical professional. If there's anyone in the comments who's familiar with this and can speak to it, please feel free to request that. Because I don't want to speak from a place of ignorance. I'm looking it up right now, but I didn't even know what this shit was. And she didn't describe it as a disease. Did she describe it as a disease? I could have sworn she said something about the parents literally trying to make kids believe that. She didn't describe it as a disease. That's fucked up. So, from what I'm reading here, why does this one thing says? It says Munchausen syndrome by proxy is a mental illness and a form of child abuse? I'm confused. Okay, I see a fuck ton of people in the request. Hold on. I need some information on this.
Hey, what's up, Hector?
Hey, hold on.
Call from
Wesley Pillow.
Oh, hi Wesley. Join the conversation. Go ahead, Izzy, and then I'll give everyone a chance to speak on this.
Oh yeah, so I was just gonna say, so there's two things. There's Munchausen syndrome and there's Munchausen by proxy. Munchausen syndrome is essentially it's a very severe form of hypochondria, where basically like someone believes that they're constantly sick, or they're going to constantly make symptoms look as though they themselves are sick. It is affecting the singular person. Munchausen by proxy is a form of child abuse, where the parent believes that their child is sick and makes the child believe that they are sick to the point where it is neglectful and it is harmful to the child.
I'd give one small correction there on the Munchausen by proxy. The parent rarely believes the child is sick. They want the child to be sick because it gives them a reason to take care of the child, which is the end goal of Munchausen by proxy most times.
It is also sometimes related to, correct me if I'm wrong, Dean, certain narcissistic personality issues, because it can be about getting attention and not quite fame, but like getting sympathy and stuff from community.
Yeah. There's a couple documentaries about it you should watch, Hector, if you're interested in learning more about it. But you've heard of Gypsy Rose Blanchard?
Yes.
correct? So her mother would have been somebody that you would classify as perpetrating Munchausen by proxy onto her child. But the thing is, they usually actually do make them sick, whether they poison them or, suffocate them or break their bones or whatever. Usually it does involve actually giving them physical symptoms. That's how they get positive tests for things when they take them in to the hospital. And that environment of having a sick child gives them the kind of like attention and validation that they want for themselves. So they use their child to get attention and sympathy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And Hector, when I interned for in the mental health fields, I dealt directly with a woman who had Munchausen by proxy, who had unalived her own child through poisoning, and it really is often tied to ego and the desire to be needed and the desire to feel like they're important in someone's life. And it's a very serious mental illness that can often lead to permanent disfigurement, health issues, or death.
Okay. Really quickly, let me just get caught up here on some donos and stuff, and then Palpable and Dean go. W. Wesley for the 5. Hector, we should remind Christians of the story of Lilith, Adam's first wife, the lesbian feminist witch. Just saying, much love. They never want to talk about that. Ever. W's in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. Well then, damn does. Well, then damn, does that mean we're forcing kids to be heterosexual because movies and life is what they fucking see, is two heterosexual people being together? This lady's an airhead. Yeah, that's true. I guess we would be forcing heterosexuality on kids, and we just determined that it was normal because that's all you would know. Very good point. Deborah's in chat to Amber for the $5 Venmo. Munchausen by proxy involves parents actually making their children physically ill, poisoning them, breaking their bones, etc. This lady is so incredibly uneducated. Nothing but propaganda. Signed, a school librarian. WC Amber. Deborah's in chat
That was me.
Oh! Got it, thank you. Debbie's in chat to Hannah for the $1 Venmo. Weird she kept saying man and female. Internalized misogyny isn't calling. Literally, it's one and the same for them. They don't understand the difference. That's why one of the first questions I ask them is, what is the difference? And then they fail every time. Debbie's in the chat to Devin for the $2 PayPal. Straight kids have school-age crushes on the opposite sex all the time, and it's seen as normal. Gay lesbian kids get school-age crushes on the same sex. Why isn't that seen as normal? Because of the Bible. It's because of the Bible. Or the mistranslations, even, we can argue, of said Bible. That was in the chat to y'all. Palpable, I know you wanted to say something, and then Dean.
Based on one of your comments that you just got, that's the heterosexual couples and everything, and the heterosexual sexualness being pushed in every movie and TV show and everything. That completely brainwashed me. I had to come out as not straight after I came out as queer. Because I had to deconstruct the thought that, I have to be straight. It took me over a year after I admitted my queerness to admit I wasn't straight. That's what... That wasn't even coming from my parents. That's what society taught me through cultural osmosis. So, that's a ridiculous point she made. But yeah.
Oh, sorry, Mike added something else. She is also out of touch with reality. She should get off the internet. Yeah, the things that she mentioned, specifically the book story. I've gone over that so many times with people because they'll show the video of the father, and I believe even the child testifying or talking to the school committee about the book and how graphic it was. And I'm just like, this is a stupid conversation. The conversations around that book being in the school library should be, why aren't the workers making sure that they check the age appropriate requirements of every single book that they're entering into the library? Not so much an entire gay agenda. It's fucking ridiculous.
Can I say something about that as a school librarian? So the classification of age range for that particular book is older YA, which is ages 16 and up. So if you have a school library that's like 9 through 12, you're going to have kids that are under 16 in that library. But a responsible, librarian will keep books like that behind lock and key and only allow them to be borrowed by kids who are 16 and up. Like, that's what we do. That's how. But a lot of times, like in that particular case, or at least one that was very similar, somebody had taken that book out from their high school library, brought it home, and their middle school brother took the book and took it to school. And so parents thought that it came from the middle school library when it actually came from the high school library. And, obviously, yes, there are some graphic things in that book. That's why it's rated older YA for 16 and up. And, if parents are concerned about the types of things their kids are able to check out from the library, they should actually go to the library and check it out and see what's available for their kids. And if they don't like what they say, they can put their kids on a restricted list. Parents should be more involved.
I have a question for you.
Isn't it weird that we include the Bible at a lot of these school libraries, which talks extensively about a lot more, let's say,
It's a violent, gross
sexual
book.
behaviors than any of these YA books?
Yes.
Not only that, but there are, I could list you 100 books right now that are like classic literature that have just as much of that in them that no one's talking about just because they've been around forever. Lady Chatterley's Lover, for example, even the Odyssey and the Iliad, hello?
Oh yeah, the Odyssey and the Iliad have taught in high school, but I mean, there is a lot more homosexuality in that story than in any book that was assigned to me for reading.
Handmaid's Tale describes in the graphic detail forced essay, it's extremely graphic. We read that in 9th grade. So
I had a question for you.
The Bluest Eye was pretty. Yeah.
I had a question for you, librarian. So is there no way, wouldn't the parent have access to or have the ability to have a log of the books that their child is checking out?
Absolutely. They have access to the entire library catalog.
Oh, so that's what I was thinking. Obviously a parent would be able to see that. So if you as a parent just don't check your kid's shit, there's so much of this is just parents don't want to actually be parents. And if you actually think this is bad or anything else, step the fuck up. I don't know what to tell you. But also, don't encourage your children to be bigoted. It's weird.
Well, that's what I find is a lot of the times when when I've had to defend things at school board meetings or whatever, I find these parents are really super checked out of what's going on with their kids, and they have never been to the school. They've never come to the library. If they're really concerned about this, they're more than welcome to come in and have a talk with me and tell me to make sure to put their child's name on a list where they're only allowed to check out things that have been pre-approved. I'm fine with that. If that's how they want to raise their kid, that's their choice. But they don't do that.
6,000%. Dean, floor is yours.
No, I had requested up, and fortunately you didn't get to me until now because I was teleporting. But I was coming up for the Munchausen by proxy. It is a delusional mental illness where the parent is seeking attention, and to do that they make their child sick so they can go to the hospital, they can go to the doctor, get the attention, and all their neighbors, oh, you poor person, your kid's always sick. But it's not. They're not trying to convince the kid that the kid is sick. She was off on so many different tangents that I was just, every time she opened her mouth, I was like, well, that's wrong. That's stupid. Why are you, who told you this?
It's Trump supporters for you.
Can I clarify something, Hector?
Yes.
Just because someone had a problem with how I worded it earlier in the chat. When I was saying because heterosexuality was everywhere and always in my face, I wasn't saying that representation is bad. I was saying when you only have singular representation, how do you know anything else exists?
Hey, Palpable. You don't have to explain that basic concept to someone who doesn't understand it. I don't know who thought that you were saying representation is bad, but I would say that they need to. y'all need to use your fucking brains more. I shit on my community all the time too. Because what the fuck? How do you take that as representation? Oh my god, some of y'all missed the. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming up. I appreciate that because I wasn't sure. I didn't know all the wherewithals because I'm familiar with the case of Rose because I saw people complaining about saying her first name too because it's a slur, I guess. But yeah, I just wanted some more information on that. Thank you guys so much for coming up.
You're welcome. Can I just say
Hector,
one last thing?
I just wanted to say I still don't have anything to debate you on, but I appreciate you having me up.
I appreciate you, Wesley. Thank you so much.
W to my Aunt E. Jean Carroll for her win with the Supreme Court. Thank you very much. And yes, exactly.
It is literally. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nope. And she's going to win the other one too.
I was just going to say, it's literally on my YouTube cover. One of the things that I have on the Defense and Indefensible tab, I was like, Supreme Court affirms Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Why don't you? And they've been dodging that one like the plague, of course.
Oh, yes, I'm sure they are. And I love this for him. I just love it for him.
22.
Thank you, Hector. Have a good one.
Thank you. You as well. I think the 88 million case, that they're going to try and peel that too later on this year. And I don't imagine that that's going to go any better for him. Better yet, doesn't matter if it does. He found civilly liable. Supreme Court refused to take it up, which is more so about the financial liability. He did that shit. Whether you guys want to accept that or not, he did that shit. W's in the chat to Melissa for the $5 super chat. Cons have a long history of abusing and throwing away their queer/trans kids. The rest of us, I think you mean conservatives. The rest of us care for them. Stop hurting queer/trans kids. MAGA. Yeah. Guys, there are households, conservative households where their kids are showing attractions to the same gender. And these fucking people are like beating them, locking them in rooms, shunning them every time. Can you fucking imagine? How old are you? Anyway, we're going to do one more. We're going to probably do one more Trump supporter. Trump supporters request up in the box you the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen 737-295-5321. Jack, did you vote for Trump?
I did, but that's really not what I wanted to talk about. I think we're leaving something out of the Munchausen by proxy issue, and from both personal and professional experience, the doctors are really getting away with enabling these people. Both the Munchausens that have historically they had scars all over their abdomen.
Come back up, Rylan.
Historically, they had scars all over their abdomen because they go in, they have the gallbladder taken out, they have their spleen taken out, they have the appendix taken out, and with the children, it's almost as bad. And it just has baffled me for years why doctors don't treat it when they see it. And they blame lawyers for, I'm afraid of malpractice. But it's amazing when you take a history of a man or a woman with Munchausen, that the things they've had done to their body, and they've had it done to their body by doctors. And I just wish somebody that had the authority would really, truly look into that. That's all.
Okay. I see some people challenging that in the comments. I'm just going to claim ignorance on it. Honestly, you said you're a Trump supporter, I think, so I don't trust half the shit you say. Anyway, who's this guy?
Hi, Hector. How you doing?
Michael, did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely, 3 times.
Do you regret your vote?
Are you trying to set me up to become a Democrat? Yes or no? Do I regret my vote?
I asked you if you regret your vote.
Right now, today, I have concerns. I'm having concerns about Trump right
I'm
now.
asking you if you regretted your vote on July the 3rd, 2025, and how that differs from May the 2nd, 2026. What other time period could I possibly be fucking referencing if I ask you regret your vote?
Okay, no, I do not then. I'll be honest.
Okay. Why is that?
You're gonna because you know why it is, Hector? I've been listening to you for about half an hour. You're knowledgeable. I agree with a lot of things you say, but you could be annoying. So let me continue. Do you understand that? I think someone's told you that before.
Oh yeah, I get called annoying a lot by people I could
Yeah.
care less about their opinions on.
I know, because I'm annoying too, and I could care less about your opinion. But let's get back to business. Hector, wow, you got 300,000 lives. Well, you're something, man. Now listen, you're not going to like me because I'm Hispanic and voted for Trump, but I'll tell you why. I did. If you want to hear, if you have a few minutes. You want to draw me, or do I continue talking?
I feel like if I asked you if you regret your vote and you say no, and then I ask you
Yeah.
why is that gives you the
I'll tell
floor to
you.
articulate why you don't regret your vote. So the faster we get to that,
Okay.
the better.
Okay.
I love how
See,
in
I knew
0.2 seconds you perfectly showed us why people find you annoying.
No, but articulate. You have a good vocabulary. Articulate. I like that. Articulate. Did I say it right? Articulate. You have a good. You're educated.
Why the
I
fuck
know-
don't
look,
you? Why the fuck don't you regret your vote for Trump, my guy?
I'm just giving you some accolades right now, and you can't. I can't say that you seem educated to me, and you're offended. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll tell you why I voted for Trump. Because Kamala Harris would not be doing what he's doing in Iran. Because when the people of Iran are against the regime, they're unalive. And Trump is saving children and families, and they ask for his help. Next is Cuba. Venezuela is now the wealth going back to those people. At one time, Venezuela used to be the richest country in the world. But guess what? Dictators took it away. And we took out a dictator like we've been doing since day one. Noriega, Saddam. I could go on and on. I could talk for an hour nonstop.
Cool. Let's start
Yeah.
with Iran and Venezuela. You're 6,000% correct when you say that Kamala Harris would have never started a war in Iran, participated in blowing up the same Iranian school children that we're supposed to be trying to protect, taking out
just
the
twist-
father just to go
Hector.
ahead and get the son up in the seat.
Hector.
And the son has been shown nothing but more, I guess I would argue, aggressive, and even going as
Hector.
far as to failing on the MOU. And then fast forward to
Hector.
Venezuela, there's not a single piece of evidence that you can give me to support the claim that Venezuela is better off under from their oppressive regime under
Hector.
Maduro, especially when the vice president is now over them, and those same militias and individuals are there.
Okay. Hector, if you would, can I talk now, or are you done with your rant?
Yeah.
Can I talk, please? Okay, it started with Hugo Chavez and Maduro. So what happened? The money, oil money, is going back to the people of that country to build schools and feed children and build
The
infrastructure.
oil we're
and-
taking?
Oh my God. That oil that is being
Or
taken on
allegedly
Venezuela. Ken, see, this is why I have a problem, not with you, but with people I try to talk to. You just interrupt.
It's just ad libs, bro. You can keep going.
Okay, so I'm trying not to get upset. I get upset real easy. Only on TikTok I get upset.
It's common with Trump supporters.
No, I talk to people on the phone and in person and never have a problem. Now, I was giving you accolades earlier, and then you berated me for, don't say it, because articulate is a word. It's an educated word, articulate. So I'll continue. Let me continue. Okay, now all that oil, it's not really great. It's bunker oil. It's not that pure honey oil. It has to be refined more than usual. So all that oil is coming to here, Texas, where we're going to refine it in Galveston. We're going to refine it, and guess what? It's not our oil. That oil goes, they sell it, and it goes all over the world. Japan, not Russia, and not Iran either. And you know what happened? You know, also, Hector, let me tell you something, Hector. You could give me that look like you give me a look like I'm just some crazy guy from California. I'm going to continue, even if you have that look. What I'm saying is, okay, look, you're looking at a monitor. You have a teleprompter, and that's why you always have the Right answers.
I
You're looking at the
have
computer.
several tabs up here. My YouTube live, my Discord chat, the one I use to read thank yous, the information that I'm looking up.
I know. But every time I say something, you're looking up to try to, dismantle what I said.
I'm looking up information to verify it. Yes, I try to verify the things that I hear or educate myself on things I may not be the most familiar with. That's why I have all these tabs up here, so I don't speak from a place of ignorance. You specifically said that the Venezuelan oil supply that is being sent to Texas, and then we can give that money or oil back to Venezuela for the betterment of the people.
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
You see what you did? You make up stories. That's why I have to work against you.
How did I make that up? You said something was going back to Venezuela to better the Venezuelan people. Is that not what you said?
No. Let me read.
It's not what you said.
Verbatim,
So gotcha. Hold on. You didn't say anything about the betterment of the Venezuelan people, whether oil, finances, whether you didn't say nothing like that.
I said something similar.
You said something similar. So I wasn't far off. I just didn't say the exact wording that you said.
A signed contract, one missing word could throw everything out the door. Hector, come on.
This isn't a contract. This is a TikTok live. Why are you guys like this?
Because I'm trying to tell you, us Republicans, we follow the law. We dot every I and cross every T, and that's why I'm here to talk to you, but you won't let me talk to you. May I talk to you and continue with my story? I mean, not story, but the facts.
Go ahead.
Now, what? Are you having a call? Someone's calling you?
Call from
James.
James, you're on the line. Hold. Go ahead.
No, talk to James. I need to catch my breath. I'll wait a few moments. I need to get some water.
Okay.
When I get upset, I need water. You want to talk to him for a few minutes while I collect my thoughts?
I'm good.
Okay, then I could talk to him. If I could, let me continue then. Why you look annoyed with me? I'm trying to have a decent debate. A debate is exchange of knowledge. You know that, right? I'm tired of screaming and yelling back and forth like a tennis game. Back and forth. I say something, you're looking on the internet to try to debunk me. That's
to verify or to educate myself on a topic.
But guess what? I tell people, you forgot, well, not you particularly, but we all forgot 3 words. We, the people, is the foundation of this country. We, the people, not the government. The government system we have now is not working. It's not working. If you say it's working, I want you to tell me, is our government system right now working? Yes or no? See, you can't answer that.
Not well.
You won't answer it.
Not well.
You won't answer it.
I just answered 3 times.
Okay, let me ask you something. Because you're very evasive.
What have I evaded? What the fuck have I evaded? What are you talking about?
You're getting another phone call now. That's distracting.
I get a lot of phone calls. I'm currently live streaming on YouTube. The way they speak to me is by calling in. Don't worry about it. Ignore the beats.
That's
Jesus
cool.
fucking Christ. Focus on your train of thought. What have I evaded?
First of all, I'm amazed that it's pretty good on YouTube. I'm trying to do that.
Thanks. Appreciate you. What have I evaded?
I said that this government system, Democrat, Republican, there's never been an independent party in the history of the United States that got voted. It's only 2 parties.
You said I evaded something. What have I evaded?
I asked you that our government system is not working today. Yes or no?
And I gave the answer. It just wasn't within the 2.7 seconds that you wanted.
But you didn't. Is it okay? Let me ask you again. Yes or no? Just say yes or no.
No.
Okay.
Again, because I already answered it before. No.
Yes. So then we have a playing field now. We could actually have a debate now. Okay? Now I'm saying I have to go clean the house right now, and I can't really spend another hour. But I'm going to follow you, and I want to talk to you because I think... Although darkness filed for... I sing also. With you again. Hector, I'm also a singer. I sing that song. That is so coincidental. Hector, I got goosebumps. Hello, darkness, my. I sing on TikTok.
Do you want to get to your point, bro?
You just played the song that I sing. Did somebody tell you I sing it? Okay, Hector. What's happening now? Trump. I believe Trump will leave office looking at the rotunda. Now, I tell people that, and they say they want to beat me up. He's not healthy. I believe he has dementia. But I can't talk like this because they're going to say I'm a traitor. So everybody, hello? My account has been hacked. This is my brother, twin brother. I have a twin brother, by the way. He comes up and, you know what? I'm going to be honest. Trump is not doing too good right now. And that's the first time I've been honest. But I'm going to lose followers from my other accounts. Like I said, I'm a big trader, everything. I've been talking since 2015. Well, you know what? I'm thinking what's good for the country, what's good for everybody, not fucking what's good for people like me. So I'm going to reboot everything. I'm not going to become a Democrat. You're not going to groom me to become a Democrat. But a lot of stuff that you have said, I agree with. And I think now that you're listening to me that I calm down. Because reason I get all hysterical on TikTok is because you guys make me that way. You guys created me, actually. Before Trump came, I was a nice guy. No, listen. Hector, listen to my story. It could be validated. Because I'm known as a national treasure on TikTok. You know, I may only have 10,000, 20,000. I know you have a much more people, but I'm not doing it about likes or followers. I'm about getting a voice out. Because my grandmother said, someday you're going to have a voice. And here enough, TikTok is my voice. I thought it'd be more like someone like Gandhi. You know, Gandhi, where I do public speaking. So I do public speaking in my city. And I'm known as, well, never mind. I'm not going to tell you what city I live in. But it was the hometown of Richard M. Nixon. Oh, come on. It's Whittier, California. No one's after me. They might not like me, but then they're not after me. So in the city of Whittier on Friday night, I represent the city, and we have karaoke night. We have a street fair, and I run it, and everybody likes me because I'm a good-hearted person. Now, they may think I'm annoying and I want everything done my way, but my way is usually the right way. And I say to people, the people in Whittier, California, there was a dangerous area, so I put cones in the street so people wouldn't have to walk in the street. And nobody would do it, but I did it because everybody's lazy. And even the cops wouldn't stop. I waved to the cops, put the cones, and the cops just went by. And another thing, I'm against, I record everything I do. I go live, and I record tyrant cops right in front of me. And I tell them, I go, I'm gonna trip. Don't come up on me. I'm gonna trip. You want me to trip? They say yes. So I expose tyrant cops, but I also expose good cops. Now, the other day I had a problem in Newport Beach where they said I couldn't walk on the. You know what? I'll tell you the story real quick. There was Newport Beach. There was a lot of crime going on, and these two officers were talking.
We are so far away from the original topic. You have a story within a story within another story. What are we? So
listen, I do 5 topics at one time. Only geniuses could do that. So let's get back to I'm against tyrant cops. I think you are too. You know why? Because they come up to me. Where's your ID? They look at my car. I go, come up to me. You're trying to look at my car for stuff. You know, they're trying to see if I'm, drinking or whatever, or that I'm on devil's lettuce. I said, I'm not that dumb to be doing that. So I stopped by. They were there for 3 hours talking to some stripper. I said, there's crime going on, and you're here for 3 hours. I saw you. I did my own live on the pier. I saw you for 3 hours, and you're telling me I can't walk on the sidewalk with my dog at 1 a.m, and you're going to arrest me? And they go, we're going to arrest you. They put their lights on. I had my dog, so I got scared. I don't want to be arrested. So I put the dog back in the car, came back. I said, here we go. Here we go. I'm ready. Do what you want. I'm a public sidewalk, and I'm telling you, you're tyrants. What you're doing to this Newport Beach City. God bless you. It's wrong what you're doing. It's on videotape, and I'm going to talk to the chief of police. And he told, you know what he did? He sent the stripper over to talk to me to try to look at my account. and she tried to disarm me. She tried to talk to me. Oh, you're interesting. I was telling her that I sing and what I do on TikTok, and I asked her, let's go get donuts. She said, no, I got to go back. I say, well, if you said you came from Tennessee and you have a big giant dog, no, I know you're after these cops. You're one of those girls that are groupie and they want the cop. But I'm telling you, there's crime in this city and you're preventing them. Sure, you're good looking and you're kind of trying to make me, feel good too. But just tell them I'm going to come by here and I'm going to stop in front of them and I'm going to show them donuts. I'm going to offer them donuts. So I drove by, I bought a dozen donuts and I said, do you want a donut, officer? They put their light in front of me. Oh, they didn't pull me over or anything. They knew they couldn't pull me over because I'm untouchable. I said, what you did to me as a tourist in this town is unacceptable. And I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the chief of police because it's an hour and a half to come back here. But I'll tell you what, and the whole world knows. And the people here that are backing me up saying it's wrong because it's freedom. What you're doing is making me a victim. Now, maybe it's because I'm dark color. In the summer, I'm the color mahogany. I'm almost as dark as you right now. It's a good color. But in the wintertime, I'm lily white. So I'm in like two different worlds. So you look bewildered. Hello? Did you freeze? You're frozen.
No, I'm not frozen.
Oh, no, you're not. But that look when people put their hand over their mouth, it's like, what the fuck? I read people's faces. You're saying, what the fuck's happening? But is that what you're saying with your face?
Sir, I'm legitimately confused. And at this point,
you shouldn't be confused.
I'm questioning your sanity. I don't know.
That's the funny thing.
I don't know if you're well.
Oh.
I don't know if you're well, sir.
I produce things. I do 5 things at one time. I'm a gallery painter. I don't want to just say all the stuff I do. I travel up and down the coast of California. I just got back. I fell in love in Santa Barbara with a beautiful woman. My wife left me a year ago. It didn't work out. She said, something about I don't listen or something like that. That's a lot of stuff. It wasn't just that. So now I thought that I was just want to fly like an eagle. But when I saw this woman, wait a minute.
You said fly like an eagle.
Yes. Wait a minute. Wait. Hector.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Let me turn the speaker down. I'm on Bluetooth speaker.
Okay.
The whole neighborhood can hear this. So here.
Deb is in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. God damn, someone had these stupid ass people. Please make saying you're stupid great again. Deb is in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. Bro really talked himself out of air, hence proving he's an airbag full of hot air. Deb is in the chat to Mike once again for the $5 Venmo. Permaban, fuck him. Y'all wanted a permaban? Deb is in the chat to Larissa for the $20 Venmo. Bro has to go. W's in the chat to Jessica for the 5 for the drop pool. W's in the chat to Brett Cross for the $10 Cash App. Redact this fool, LOL. W's in the chat to Aries Diva for the $10 Cash App. Drop him, please. And W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. For Kick Fund. Am I elevated? This is like the audiobook version of Jaden Smith's tweets. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. Hector, I've never seen your chat so completely in agreement. This man sucks, his voice sucks, his speech patterns suck, and he rambles. W's in the chat to Wesley once again for the $5 super chat. Is this caller's screen name Cap for life? He seems as stupid and disingenuous as Cap. That's crazy. Cap's catching strays. Cap is pretty stupid though. I ain't gonna lie. W's in the chat to Melvin for the $5 super chat. What in Michelle Obama's internet did I walk into? Is this what it sounds like in the White House talking to DJT right now? Honestly, probably, yeah. Yeah. I have nothing else, y'all. I have nothing else. I have nothing else. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I do this for work. I do this for work. This is my job. And I chose this. You know what? You know what? No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. But I will say this. I think sometimes I'm pretty awesome. Sometimes. Every now and then. I think I'm pretty awesome. And because of that, I think I deserve to be compensated. So before we end this stream and raid Erica, if there's anyone who would like to support the Bobo Fund, the Ashwagandha Fund, the Shot Fund, or the I'm Awesome Fund, please feel free to hit the links in the bio. I'm going to set up the YouTube stream here to raid Erica because I can't take another Trump supporter. I'm maxed out today. I was going to co-host with Erica. I don't think I will. I'm maxed out today. Thank you guys for the follows. All right, there you go. So YouTube, you are set to auto direct into Erica's live. So that's where you guys will be rating. Whoever you are. I'm done. Can we knock out this last few roses here? 24 more of those roses. Could we clear that real quick before we go? Would appreciate it. Clear that before we go. Where are we at on the likes? God fucking damn it, y'all. We couldn't get the 400,000 likes. Really?
God bless you.
Really?
God bless you.
Thank you, Leia. Thank you, Aries. Thank you, Mad Cat. Thank you, guys. Can we do a quick power tap, please? Can we do a quick power tap? Could I get 326 of you in here to just really quickly rapid tap that screen combined so we can hit 400,000 likes before we go? Only if we can do it within the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'm just going to end it. The stream. The stream. I meant the stream. If you guys can do that for me really quickly, I would appreciate that. I'm gonna give y'all 5 minutes and then we're done. YouTube, just go ahead and go to Erica's, bro. Go to Erica's, bro. Thank you guys for your likes, your shares, your comments, your subscriptions, your super chats, your super stickers, memberships, love, support, all that. I think this guy is now commenting on my YouTube videos.